Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call the Superintendent's Workshop to order. Today's date is Monday, January 23rd, and the time is 12 noon. And we are in the Joe N. Idlet Junior TEC. Dr. Moore, you can begin with the purpose of the workshop, and I also believe you wanted to switch a little bit of the agenda at one time here.
I think when we get to, I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
But thank you, Madam Chair. Our purpose today is to review items that will be coming before the board, as well as opportunities to get feedback from the board on other select topics. Our first item of the day will be the instructional calendar, which will be presented by Ms. Emerson and Dr. Erickson, is supposedly.
To the chair, the School District of Indian River County has held an open public calendar committee. The committee consisted of district staff, teachers, IRCEA and CWA members, community stakeholders, and parents. Using the same assurances by the committee with feedback from the public earlier in 2021 and in 2022, the calendar committee has created and unanimously approved the tentative 2023-2024 draft calendar for your approval. The following assurances were made with the tentative recommended calendar led by Dr. David Erickson. It is Veteran Council approved. We have continued the elimination of 10 of those monthly early release days. We've continued increasing instructional hours from the 2019-2020 calendar. We have now added 2 full days of focused professional development, continued professional choice and teacher optional days, and have maintained the 196-day teacher calendar. Some additional feedback and adjustments. We have added 2 modified instruction days prior to winter break for our teachers and added 3 modified instruction days prior to summer break. What we have also gained back is 2 full days of professional development prior to the start of the school year. We will be using the same assurances to push out a 2024-2025 calendar that's been tentatively approved for public posting and public feedback. That will be done once this calendar is approved, along with a 2025-2026 tentative calendar, just to help our families be able to plan ahead and our staff.
Okay, board members, any questions or comments? Ms. Berenborg?
Yes, I noticed some makeup days on December 19th and 20th. Board members, you didn't have to deal with this, Mrs. Rosario, and I did a couple years ago, where we had those same days were right before Thanksgiving, and if you remember, we had to actually take those days back in order for instruction to happen. And there were a lot of employees that had planned on trips out of town. They had purchased tickets for airplane tickets and things like that, and they were very upset with us because that was non-refundable. But yet, in the calendar, it said those days would come back. So what guarantees will you give this board that employees will be made very aware that those days are precious and that could possibly come back given a hurricane day?
What a great question. Those are actual still full days of work for our staff, but they're modified days for student attendance. So the 19th and the 20th along with of December, along with May 29th, 30th, and 31st are modified instruction days. So teachers are expected to still be working those days. They would just get a modified release schedule so that they can wrap up their grading, work on getting classes prepared for second semester.
But we know those are easy days to take off for employees. The other thing is, how will we communicate that to parents so they understand that if they're going to plan a trip, that's a possibility that we might have school those days?
We will have school those days regardless of whether they're modified or not. The buyback is instructional time for the modified hours.
Okay.
That's
I just
the
want to
only
make
give
sure
back.
that that's being communicated really, really well, because we went through, a very interesting board meeting. So
agree.
I don't want to put our board in that position again.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Just thank you for all the work that you do. I know it's very important for our parents and teachers to know what's happening in the following school year. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Emerson. And just to echo what Dr. Jones said, thank you for your leadership, having this a very collegial process that's well thought out in years in advance, really addresses so many issues that the community has had before with our school calendar. Ms. Dampier will now present items B and C, which is policy 2260.02, which is C, as well as the entitlement grants, which is item B.
Good afternoon. Through the chair, tonight, on tonight's agenda, I have one entitlement grant in the amount of $398 that will be used to improve the safety and security of school buildings. This item, Mr. Seymour has reviewed this item with each board member and board briefings. Do you have any questions?
Board members? Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, 119. That's almost like half of the year before, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what information have we gotten from the DOA as to why they're cutting safe school money in half?
I'd like to defer that to Mr. Seymour.
Especially with the, governor saying that we want to make sure our schools are so safe. I'd like to know, are we getting the money another way?
We have Mr. Fagan respond.
Oh, sorry about that.
This is probably I don't know exactly, but it's probably a direct appropriation from the state. It has nothing to do with our money. It's how much they allocate for this grant to be utilized throughout the state, and it's just a reduction in their overall funding.
So this money we use, though, for our SROs, for any other school security services?
Is this, excuse me,
Yes, we're using it for security cameras.
This is hardening?
hardening grant. So
Okay.
this is only for hardware, software, upgrading cameras, lighting, fencing, and et cetera.
Got it.
Charter schools also get a little bit of share of this.
So
as
there's
well.
no money then being substituted in another way?
No, ma'am. This is above and beyond.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the actual SROs or that day-to-day services. This is
Okay.
only above and beyond.
I just know that there's been a real spotlight put on safety and security in schools, so I'm wondering why our money's being reduced so much.
But through the chair, it probably was based upon an appropriation and a plan through several years, and this is just showing a slight dip due to the spotlight being put on that. Next year's appropriation could be higher. We
A
just don't know
slight
yet.
dip, half?
I'm sorry?
Half of what it was the year before. That's not a slight dip. That's half of what it was the year before. I just want to make sure that you understand that,
Through the chair, yes, ma'am.
okay?
Board
If I can
members?
also add, this will, excuse me, Dr. Jones, however, this will not hamper any true safety and security issues that is needed in the district. We will utilize capital funds or general funds if we have to solve those issues. So even though it's half, it doesn't mean that there's work that needs to be done that's not being done.
Well, and that was my ask before is, are we able to, I know we can dip into other budgets for that, but is there more money being then put into capital in order for us to do that?
Your capital fund is based upon your property taxes, so yes, your capital fund is increasing. As well
Okay.
as those increasing go up, you also get new requests as well. This
Okay.
would be one of them.
And as the, Mr. Teskey and all of our law enforcement officers, we continually monitor our campuses and notice that if there are needs, we've always presented that information to Mr. Fagan, where he can oversee the budget and make a change if necessary.
Well, and the reason why I say that is because on the last board meeting, we discussed fencing and the cost of increasing the height of the fence. So, with increasing costs everywhere going up, and then we're seeing half of the money coming back, I'm a little concerned about that. Okay.
All right, any other comments? I'll just say a few things tonight. When you look at all the information on donations and grants, we're very, very lucky. All the work that our grant people have done for us this year and what they're bringing in, and also the donations. And I encourage everyone from the district to take a look at that. It is on the website, and we're very fortunate. Okay.
All right, Ms. Dampier, you're still up.
Okay. The next item through the chair is actually a board member asked that we bring this item forward for you to review. Currently, we have policy 2260.02, which is the racial equity policy. We have a couple of policies that are aligned or has familiar content to this policy, which are policies 2130, which is the Achievement Gap Oversight Work Group. We have 1120.01, which is the recruitment and retention of a diverse employment staff. And then we have policy 1122, which is non-discrimination on equal employment opportunity. So with those policies, a lot of that information is covered, the content is covered in those policies, so just conversation about it.
So just a little bit of additional information. This initially was brought to our attention through the Department of Education regarding House Bill 7 and language within this particular policy that could possibly be in violation of House Bill 7. As I review the policy and looking at the reference policies that Ms. Dampier reviews, this is a policy that is above and beyond our Neola policy. So we have policies that are in place to ensure the intent or content within this particular policy were still good. Now, as I've met with each board member, my intent is to be about the work and in the work. So this is in response to the information shared by the state. This is an opportunity for us really to continue to provide every assurance to our community that the content within this policy is covered by other policies that we currently have in place, and it is the easiest way to move forward. Now, we could probably, if directed by the board, to go back and look at this particular policy and wordsmith it to ensure that there is no violation of House Bill 7, that could be done. But I think that takes staff away from very, very meaningful work. Not saying by any means this isn't a meaningful policy, but I am saying we have other policies that are in fact in place that cover the content of this particular policy. And we'd be happy to discuss anything with the board.
Board members, any comments, questions? I have some.
I have
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
Dr. Moore, just to be clear, if this policy were removed completely, the items that are in this policy would be covered through other policies, correct? And/or through statutes?
And you just said in 2 sentences what I said in 4 paragraphs. Yes, ma'am.
I know, but,
Yes, the answer to your question is yes.
okay, thank you.
That's the exact question I asked him earlier.
Well, I still have some concerns. When I looked at this last Monday when we had this information, request to take a policy off. Well, first of all, that has to be a board vote.
Yes, ma'am.
You just don't take policies off. And I think about this because Dr. Moore, you, I, Dr. Shafty, and Mr. Seymour are on the DSEG work group, if you will. We've got a lot of work to do. We've made a little bit of progress in this new work group with performance indicators, but we've got a lot to do. And then I did my research. When you take a look at the letter that this district received from Jacob Oliva on November, excuse me just a minute, might be 18th. November 18th. There was a concern about some of this information that needed to be taken out. So our attorney, Ms. Shattuck, looked at this and responded to them with new information, crossing out basically the first 2 or 3 paragraphs. And so then I double-checked with Ms. Shattuck the other day, have we heard back? Do we need to do any more? And so far, we have not heard back from them. And again, this is all on the DOE website. I think 7 counties were alerted to this, and each one is there, and Indian River is one of them. Obviously, I'm very familiar with the achievement gap policy and the sustainability policy that we're continually going to look at because of our DSEG order. And I don't think everything is covered in all of those. I think to myself, if we have to change something according to the DOE state statute, that's fine. Understood, we have to follow that. But when we take a look at this and we just say on our agenda, removal of the racial equity policy, that sends a very wrong message to me. When you look at the whole policy, I guess the one thing that kind of wraps it up for me, and this was adopted by the previous board, I think, in early 2020. Teaching and learning. Board employees will work together to increase their individual and collective capacity to effectively teach a racially and ethnically diverse and changing student population. And it goes on to positive academically rigorous school environment, collaboration, and eliminating practice. And the other thing I think and I don't want to cause more work, but have we talked to our African-American student councils? Have we talked to our African-American parents and community on what we could do better in this? You know, because I've said this many times, the most important policy to me is non-discrimination. And I want to make sure we are good with that. As we talked about it, I think it was September, October, you know, we're a majority minority district right now. And I think diversity is a wonderful thing. I think inclusion is a wonderful thing. And I just want to make sure that all of a sudden, you know, I say, I don't like this policy, take it out. Well, even the state at this point hasn't said take it out. They said to do corrections, and we did it. And then a follow-up went to Ms. Shattuck, and it basically said, you know, unless you hear from the chancellor, and I have talked to Jacob Oliva, but not about this specifically. So I have concerns, Dr. Moore.
So just in response, the state is not going to say yes or no. It was just a courtesy to work through potential solutions. You all, as a board, own policy,
Correct.
not the Florida Department of Education. It is your call. And as I said before, yes, we could work through and wordsmith it. There are other words that were okay 2.5 years ago or 3 or 4 years ago when this policy was approved that are not okay today. And
Right.
it causes questions, it causes distraction away from the work. So in my mind, if we can be fully protected around the work, and I think every board member agrees, as does cabinet member, that everything you just said is an absolute priority. I don't take away from that at all. That's not the intent here. That's not the conversation here. The conversation is, can we all just be about the work? And I think this is a way to do it. But at the same time, yes, I can have staff go back and say, well, this may cause frustration on one end of the community, but not the other. I think our actions as a board and as a community is strong. I think we set the example in so many different ways. I honestly believe that. I think there is a perception out there, Doc, that we collectively as a community need to stand up against and speak out against it, because I don't think it's the reality as to what I see and you all see in our schools. So it's with a heavy heart. I think when you look at, you know, removal, and I get it because this is a discussion, not necessarily a removal. But at the end of the day, my desire is to move this work forward in the teaching and learning of children forward and maximize my staff's time in doing that work.
And understood. I think that, well, I'm not in favor of just wiping it out, but even combining that with our achievement gap, because we talked about this in our DSEG work group, and those are now public. You can see that on YouTube. And what we need to do when we get unitary status and the sustainability. So like I said, I just want to make sure this is continued. I just didn't like the fact that we put on a board agenda, remove racial equity.
And
I didn't like it.
And I own that, not Ms. Dampier. That's 100% on me. And that was coming off the break and trying to get the agenda done after being out for a week. So I appreciate what you're saying. That wording is 100% on me. And when we do bring an item, it would be, I won't use the word removal, but discontinuation or something like that.
Ms. Rosario?
This policy, I remember when this policy came to us, it was a policy created by Dr. Schiff. It is not a Neola suggested policy. Just want to clarify that, correct, Dr. Moore?
You are correct.
So that's neither here or there, but the fact that it wasn't recommended by Neola, even though I'm not a huge fan of Neola altogether, I can understand the recommendation. I do believe that you all would never recommend the removal of a policy if it wasn't one that board members could or should support. And so with that said, I support the removal of this policy. Call it whatever you want to call it. The naming on it, I understand. But the perception and what it is actually are two totally different things, or what the proposed perception in the community might be. because of the title of it, because of the name of it, doesn't necessarily mean that we're not doing the work. So I trust that we are. I know that there are other places where we have captured this work in its entirety. So rather than be redundant, I would fully support it.
Thank you. Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, I agree with you, Doc, that I was concerned when I saw that statement, and had lots of conversations with you and with other people that I think would personally be affected by this. And they felt, I was kind of surprised by that. They felt like our non-discrimination policy was going to cover everything. And as long as our non-discrimination policy is going to make sure that all students are protected and that we are culturally sensitive people, I think that that's the key. So I'm fine with that. I don't like the term removal of this policy, the way you have it worded. But I understand why because of state statute, things change. I get that. But I think we have to be very cognizant of our wording that we use.
Thank you. Dr. Pascal?
Yeah, I'll just weigh in. I think the most important thing is just to make the community aware that it is indeed a redundant policy. It's covered in other places, very well enumerated and spoken in those other policies. We're not losing anything by removing this policy, I think, so.
And we will do that prior to bringing it back to the board.
Thank you. When you say we will do that, do you mean
The communicating and giving the assurances that I'm
Community.
giving this board, I will turn around and do the same for the community, so they're fully aware of the action I'm recommending to this board.
but this would be an action item we're just discussing? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, board members. Okay, Dr. Moore?
All right, moving right along. This is D, still Ms. Dampier. If you would tee us off, Ms. Dampier, for these three policies, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, through the chair, we're bringing three policies forward, just as a reminder as we're looking at policies, what the purpose of the board, policy 0118, the purpose of the board and the role of the board, and the responsibility of board members, which is policy 121, and policy review, policy 171, as we move forward, what the actual role is. The board is actually in charge of policies, so we just wanted to bring this forward to see if there was any question or if there any discussion or about these three policies.
Yeah,
Excuse me, just a
oh, I'm
minute.
sorry.
That's right. Ms. Rosario?
The purpose of the board, there are many purposes, right? We pull it up in statute, and the list goes on, pages and pages of the responsibility of board members. It's not just policy, but it's also overseeing the budget or approving the budget, rather, and instruction and materials and the adoption process, state adoption, all that other kind of stuff. But one of our basic daily work is to create policy, bring recommendations to the board, receive recommendations from the superintendent, and approve policy. And in the purpose of the one that was just previous, in that case, remove policy altogether if necessary or if needed. Part of when it has to deal with board policy, we have to ensure, board members, that there is proper protocol and that edits to policy are not done by anyone else except the board. The board is responsible for the creation of edits in terms of what is sent out to, for example, the Department of Education. Without notifying board members in advance, we have to make sure that messaging is not sent out, that staff has taken care of editing board policy, again, without it coming to the board first. And so I bring this up because there was, Dr. Jones mentioned this email from November 18th, and I was unaware of the email of November 18th until the second week in December. And so that's almost a month later. I don't even know if all board members are aware of that.
Which email are you referring to?
November 18th was the original DOE notice to the district saying this policy, purpose of this policy, the one that we were just talking about, was redlined. Or, it could be a possible violation, please review your policies, that letter. Are you all aware of that? Okay, I know you just
Yeah.
mentioned it, but I don't know.
I
if
saw
other-
it on the DOE website, that's how. Yeah.
Right. But I didn't know anything about it until the second week of December. And then it was brought to my attention also when I pulled up the agenda on the Department of Education website. I noticed that there was a letter from Molly to the DOE saying that staff, I don't know if you all received that one? Did you see that letter, that email? Noted,
I'm trying to
dated
bring up my computer.
November 28th.
Yeah, I saw that on the DOE website.
On the DOE, I saw it on the DOE website as well, and it was a letter from Ms. Shattuck saying to address to the Department of Education attorney. Is that Ms. Gay is the Department of Education attorney? I don't know who Ms. Gay is. Just clarifying, yeah. And the letter said, essentially on the bottom, it said, upon review of Chancellor Oliva's letter, board staff, not the board, but board staff, have undertaken to review board policies, including policy 2260.02. Please find attached for your review a redlined version of policy 2260.02, which deletes the language that the FDOE highlighted as being non-compliant with recent changes in the Florida law. We look forward to working with the FDOE with regard to this matter. Please advise if there's any proposed changes, and we just heard there weren't any proposed changes. My concern is that this was copied to the superintendent, but we were not copied on it. We should not receive information of this magnitude, especially when it deals with policy, by happenstance or by looking at a board, another agenda. Somebody, in this case, it was the Florida Department of Education agenda where it was posted. We should have been copied on it. At the very least, I think the letter should have said our board, as a response, instead of allowing staff to edit it, I think it should have been, our board does not meet until January 23rd, at which time we will recommend the removal of this or the removal of that. And in either case, board members need to be apprised and brought into the loop of this kind of communication. And so moving forward, I'd just like to, one of the requests that I asked for these policies to be up here is to just remind us that that is our work. That's our work is policy and procedure that is connected to policy or statute. And so with communication in the future, I would hope that we would get copied on memos that are specific to the work that we are responsible for as elected officials, so that my colleagues and I can be on the same page with you, where we are not receiving information from community members on these particular issues, especially with regard to policy, and then I'm in the loop saying, what are you talking about? I don't have any idea what you're talking about. We didn't even look at this yet. So that's the kind of stuff that I think that we should all, and I'm hoping that you all will agree that we need to be in the loop on those kinds of communications.
Thank you, Mrs. Ariel. Dr. Pasco? I'm sorry, if you didn't raise your hand, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't have anything.
I have a question. Who was the email sent from? Because I looked on November 18th, I don't have it.
From Mrs. Shattuck to here. You could just look at it.
I want to see whether or not I received it. That's what I'm asking.
We didn't. We didn't receive
all?
it. No, that's the problem. Here.
Okay.
We didn't at all. We weren't, if you look at the CC on the bottom, it's just Dr. Moore.
Dr. Moore?
Oh, it's not his letter, it's
I know.
Mrs. Shattuck's letter.
I know.
So there,
Miss Shattuck's letter.
Through the chair, and I didn't catch it at the particular time, but I don't disagree with anything that Ms. Rosario said. So I will work with staff and our school board attorney in order to ensure that that policy is created and fully vetted. Just an additional 2 cents. I did meet with the chancellor myself, and as Ms. Rosario said, is exactly what I said. We're bringing it to our board for conversation, for discussion. So the intent wasn't for board staff or the attorney to write the policy, but to do some of the lifting and logistics. We're the ones who do the work under your direction. But I completely agree, you should be copied all along the way. And that's, when I saw it, I didn't realize it at that time, but I won't make that mistake again. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Bamberg. I just have one question.
Obviously, we're not going to do all the cutting and pasting and the wordsmithing. We're going to be the ones discussing it and then asking you to do that work and then approving it at the end. So I understand what our role is, but I agree that we should have been privy to this information as it's going along. So, lesson learned.
Ms. Shattuck?
Thank you, Chairwoman, and to the board. So just for a little bit of background information, I completely, agree too. I'd be more than happy to copy you on such correspondences. We were given a short time frame to respond to the DOE, is why, we didn't have a meeting beforehand that we could discuss it with the board. But it was made very clear in a conversation I had with Ms. Gay that, we go through the Administrative Procedures Act. That includes things like, we publish a notice 28 days in advance, have a public hearing. The board has to, go through the process of approving it. So she was very clear that it would take months, the process, and that it would be a process that the board did, that nothing was being done at this time. This was just a communication that we were told, we were informed that we needed to tell them what steps we were going to take, because they were having a state board meeting at which the commissioner was reporting back to the state board, that we had to inform them, what we were going to do. And then her advice was, then she would tell the commissioner, Ms. Gay, the attorney I was corresponding with, and then he would be able to inform the state board that we were taking appropriate steps, that, that we were listening to what they said and moving forward with appropriate steps. But it was never communicated that, just so that you know, that it would not be a board decision or that it was taking place now.
Okay, and just a few words, obviously, kind of going back to the policy. Listen, I know the superintendent and his staff run day to day, no question, 100%. Policy we need to be informed about. Had we been informed earlier, we might have been able to have this discussion earlier. My heart still tells me that that whole policy should not be wiped out, and I want to look at it before I make a decision on my vote. But day-to-day is obviously the superintendent, and policies we need to be made aware of. Ms. Berenborg.
No, I agree with you. I don't think we should be in on everything, but we do meet with the superintendent weekly, and just a heads up is all I need. Hey, we got this and I do know I got a heads up at some point about this, because that's why I was like, wait a minute, I don't remember seeing it, but I remember hearing about this. So I know at some point, I'll have to go back and look at my notes, but I know that at some point I got information about it. I just want to make sure that when you get something like that, that board members are very aware of it. Okay.
Okay, good.
Yep. All right, so
Yeah.
next. Oh.
Can I just offer one more? The time, I know that you mentioned the timing of it. The first notice came November 18th, and the meeting from the DOE wasn't supposed to be submitted, or at least our evaluation of it wasn't supposed to be submitted until December 9th. December 14th was when the Department of Education had their meeting, of which Dr. Moore was present by phone. It was a phone conference. And so there was plenty of time for us to meet or discuss it, or an email, or, a special meeting or something that could have happened in between. Plenty of time for the board to say, yes, I'm in support, go ahead and email them, or not. So the timing, it wasn't as if there was a week in between. I mean, there was certainly significant amount of time, almost a month.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next, Dr. Moore.
Mr. Fagan will present. This is just on workshop today, not up for action yet until we receive feedback. This is the review of potential sale of 3 parcels.
Thank you, Dr. Moore, to the board, to the chair, to the board members. This is, again, what Dr. Moore mentioned, these are just some items for discussion purposes today. We have 3 pieces of property that have been in the district for quite some time. They're currently not used for anything educational purposes and do not seem to be something we would probably use in the foreseeable future for educational purposes. So we wanted to present the items, get any feedback the board members might have. Once we get the nod, you'll get additional communication that we're moving forward with issuing a solicitation to offer for sale properties 1, 2, or 3. The board members will have, the district will have final approval to revoke all bids for whatever reason. We don't have to have a reason. We just said we changed our mind. And of course, then the item will come back to the board at a later point in time for you to approve the sale, the disposal of the property, and the entire transaction. So nothing's going to happen. The 3 quick properties, I'll go over them if you have any more questions. As a piece of property off of Highway 1, it's about 2.2 acres. It appears we got the property from the county in 2008. It appears, based on some background we have, it used to be a couple of homes were on the property, a 10-bedroom house and a 2-bedroom house. Talking to some staff members, they seem to believe that that property was used for maybe a facility for children who may have been homeless or displaced for a while, and this was many years ago. The properties were determined to be not suitable, so they were torn down. It was part of a group of piece of properties we got from the county across the street. There used to be an old school building. I guess back in the day, the county owned all the school buildings. This appeared to be an old school that was there, was torn down, and then the property came to the district, and we sold that property many years ago. So this is just another piece of that. Its market value when did an appraisal in 2022 was about $300,000. It's currently zoned for residential and some limited commercial use. Second piece of property is in Sebastian, what we call Rosewood, 12870 81st Street Avenue. It's about 2 acres. Seems to be donated to the county in 2000. True, that's what my memo said, but that appears to be incorrect. We got the property from an individual's name of Barry. Her husband and wife donated it back to us in 1911. Back when that original development was being started, they donated 2 acres as that plot number 24 to the district to be a school. Obviously, it never turned into a school. And then after further research, which is again why this is only for informational purposes, it appears a few years back in the 80s, the board gave not the land, but the rights to the land to be used by the community in a quasi-homeowner association park. So a passive park, no baseball fields, no lighting, no nothing. The association seems to have been disbanded. We can't seem to locate them. They're not on the internet. They don't answer phone calls. We have sent a couple of letters to find out if it's still there. The park is still there. There is a sign. We don't do any maintenance on it, which is somewhat troubling. We haven't been out there in years, so we're still researching. We're going to do a title search on the property. By the way, the company that we called to do the title search usually costs a few $100s or so. They agreed to do the title search for free. They are prior school board. They are prior students of our district, and they have kids in our district, and that was professional title of Treasure Coast. Said they would do the title search for us for free to find out if there's any official liens on the property. Since this is a little sensitive issue, we would want to reach out to the community, find out where the homeowner association is it being used? But my understanding is we haven't been doing any maintenance on this for a long, long time. So we got a little bit of a liability issue. I may give you the right to use it, but I still have the right to maintain it to make sure it's safe and secure. Valued at about $250,000, zone residential and limited commercial. Last piece of property is in a very small lot across the street from the old admin building down on 20th Street, where the old admin building used to be. It appears we bought the property, tore down the house, and turned it into a small parking lot. It's valued about $80,000 and zoned for residential only. So the plan is to answer any questions, no action, probably be a couple months, 3 months before you would see anything, potentially move forward with some bids, see if there's any interest, what the bids turn out to be, and we still have to do a little bit of work on that property out at Roseland. Any questions?
Ms. Rosario?
I had, board members, as an FYI, I requested some information on charter school acquisition of some of properties that we own. There's a statute, which of course now I can't find where it is, and I don't remember if Ms. Shattuck sent it to us. or I think Mr. Fagan may have sent an email with that information. But I requested some information because there's a statute that says something along the lines of any property that we have to offer it to, or proffer it to charter schools first before selling it or doing whatever we want to do with it. And so I just needed a little bit of clarity on that. The email that came back, which thank you for that, Mr. Fagan, the wording of it is just odd. So the wording, and it's not Mr. Fagan's fault, it might just be, the way the legislation or the rule is written. And to my recollection, it said, we have to offer it to charter schools the same way as we offer it to other districts, which is just weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
It just, am I wrong? That's how it's worded in the email,
To the
correct?
chair, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I read it as you had to offer it to other schools within the district, not districts, but other schools within the district,
Other schools within the district.
our schools, and then charter schools.
Why would we offer our own land to other schools within our, anyway.
To the
So
chair-
it's just odd, right? So I think that and I'm concerned that we might be, and no offense to your research, of course, because you're always very good with getting this information, but I'm just concerned that we might be missing something somewhere along the line. I reached out to a couple of board members from Charter High School just to kind of verify in another charter, and they kind of felt like there is something out there that does lay out that. I just want to be sure. The selling of these 3 parcels doesn't seem to be an urgent matter. I mean, we're not going to make millions and millions of dollars off of it. One is $300,000, one $250,000, which I believe we already have a buyer who's interested in parcel number 2. I think Dr. Moore may have mentioned that. I'm not
Could be, yes,
sure.
ma'am. No official offer, just
And
maybe.
parcel 3. So I have a couple of, so that's one concern. I'm not in favor of, selling the property, but I just want to bring these up first, right? So that's my first concern. My other concern is if it's zoned for residential, can we, and I know we can because I spoke with the property appraiser, some parcels of land can be rezoned from residential to commercial or to school, use or whatever that might be. So there is a possibility that some of these parcels could be rezoned,
Correct.
where the district could use some of this property for something.
Correct.
And then the other possibility is if we keep any of them for residential, can we partner with a developer, as we've talked about in the past, and create a community for affordable workforce housing, right? Which is something that has always been a concern for us. My last throw out there is I have always talked about, and you all know we have not agreed to it, but a possible ag, vet tech, school choice option or program. Hypothetically speaking, if we did move forward with that or any other program, and we did need a large 15 acres somewhere, could we use these 3 as a property swap for a potential owner, right, somewhere, or a down payment or something? Maybe someone who has property somewhere, large amount of property, would like to donate some of that, but then say, for the other portion, I'll take all 3 of these parcels, And sometimes that happens. So there are other things that I think that we need to kind of investigate, and I wanted to throw these out there because I'll close my thoughts. If this is not an urgent issue right now, maybe we can just kind of hold off a little bit and do a little bit more research.
Thank you. Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, you know how I feel about selling land. I've kind of put the stop on the land that we talked about down south. I noticed the first parcel is near the North County Charter School. The second one is by LaPorte Farms, and the third one is parking lot across from. Is that property owned by the county?
To the chair, yes, ma'am, to my
Okay.
knowledge.
All right. So again, there's an opportunity. You know, you talked about 15 acres. You know, that's kind of an interesting piece of property right there. I wonder what the county has plans for it. I know what it's been in the past. I remember that property. But I will say that, yeah, I'd like to know if we've done the research on the statute that Ms. Rosario brought up. And if so, could all board members be brought up to, you know, par with that?
To the chair, yes, ma'am. I did send the email, but we will do a deeper dive into that.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm sure that a charter school, especially North County Charter, would be interested in property that's right down the street. That one is right on US 1. So I imagine it's worth a lot more than you think it's worth.
Correct, through the chair, based on on that market value at that point in time, which was over a year ago.
I know I've seen that property, and now looking at it from Google Earth, I think I have concerns about what's happening on that property right now, what we could be liable for if we own the property. I see kind of the pattern of what's happening on that property, and I'm a little concerned about it. The other two, not so much. One is in a residential area, and the other one is surrounded by residential area too. That one, if you'll notice from Google Earth, there are a lot of tracks on that property of all-terrain vehicles or motorcycles, or something's going on there. I don't think we're taking trucks and going on there all the time. Okay.
Okay, Dr. Pasca?
Yeah, I would just say that all points brought up are excellent, and, you know, we should look at all that. In general, I would say I'm in favor of selling the property for a number of reasons. One of them would be the fact that, you know, we're not necessarily able to maintain or not maintaining them. But most importantly, I think from an economic standpoint, property values are high. We don't have any foreseeable use for the property, and we can get good income from it. And I think that ultimately we are moving towards an economic downtrend, and we should be positioning ourselves forward into that. So, you know, it's quite possible a year from now selling these would not make any sense.
Good points, thank you. Yeah, all the times I have attended board meetings, I don't remember when we sold property that it had to go to charter schools first. So please take a look at that. I'll research that too. This seems pretty much bottom line, but if we decide to sell, and I agree with what Dr. Pasca just said, I'm sure Mr. Bass and Mr. Fagan have looked at, is it a good time to sell? Is it not a good time to sell? It's kind of goes up and down, but highest bidder, I mean, we have paid for this. What about taxes on this, Mr. Fagan? Are we paying any taxes, or how much on each of these properties?
No, ma'am, we're exempt.
Okay, all right, just double check on that. And the amount of time that we've had these, you know, the Indian River County Public School System paid for these. And I want to make sure we get the best money we can when we sell these, so that's my main thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your feedback, board. We will continue to problem solve, and we have a time to sell, which is now, and additional exposure for liability. If we choose not to, we have to do something with the land, one way or the other.
Can I ask a question? Did we purchase all those, or was one a gift?
One was a gift.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Our next item, board members, is finally review of policy 2520, which is selection and adoption of instructional material, library or reading material, list materials, and as well as policy 2520, challenge to adoption or use of instructional, library, or reading list materials. As you know, we have already approved, I believe, in August, policy 2522, but based on the final state board meeting, which was held last week on the 18th, where they had their training, had influence on our creation of policy 2520. So as you know, the board discussed at a much earlier date that we would hold off in the creation of this policy because we wanted a policy that allows us to have the most accurate information, including what took place at the state level regarding the work groups and recommendations from the Florida Department of Education. So we made the decision back in August to pause. I know that meeting concluded on the 18th. That presentation was presented on the 18th, and now we are bringing this policy to you. My goal is to allow the board the opportunity to have some conversation and dialogue. I feel as if we've been waiting a very long time to get this done. We need to put some of this to bed. So if we can have an opportunity, Dr. Shafty will present what the updates were, what the recommendations were, both to the policy that we are now presenting and possible impacts to the policy, which may require changes based on what we've 2522, which was approved back in August. We just want to get this right.
Thank you, Dr. Morris. Through the chair. So when we look at policy 2520, contextually, we did bring that forward in the book of policies that we spoke about in board member briefings in September, and then we made the decision to remove it from the entire book of policies that we approved because we knew the pending October State Board of Education meeting, they were going to address new rules pertaining to instructional materials, as well as the new definition to include classroom libraries underneath the definition of the Library Media Center. So that happened first. We were also eagerly awaiting the release of the state's online training program for all those who select, approve, and maintain anything associated now with our new definition of instructional materials, library media materials, reading lists. So looking at all of the changes that have happened, when you look at the draft policy for 2520, you will see all of the blue language that happened prior to. That is the new language in accordance with House Bill 7, House Bill 1557, and House Bill 1467. Then we had another round of board member briefings and received some additional feedback. You will see that feedback highlighted in yellow. The most recent feedback is that pink language that is added throughout the document, and that is very much aligned either to state statute or rules to help bring clarity to some of the language we were awaiting specific definitions for. We also thought it was important to include the new definition of the Library Media Center, as it now includes classroom libraries, so you will see that in there, but is heavily, all of the language is very much cleanup, alignment to state statute now that we have all of these new rules set forth in front of us. So that is the first contextual background of 2520. When you look at 2522, once we did the update to 2520, it was important that the language mirrored itself. So
Maybe if we pause right there, Dr. Shafty, and allow board members the opportunity to provide any feedback on 25, hold on,
20.
the one that looks like a Christmas tree.
20?
2520. And this is a policy that we are in fact recommending. This policy would be the most current and up-to-date policy of all 67 counties, because that's how fast we are now moving. So we're proud of it, but would be more than willing to receive any feedback you all may have.
Dr. Pasco?
I'll let you guys start.
Okay. Ms. Berenborg and then Ms. Rosario.
Okay. So I noticed in here, reading lists must be approved. By whom? Who's going to check those and make sure when a teacher says, I want, here's an approved summer reading list, or here's something to read over spring break? How are we going to check those and make sure that they're following policy?
Yeah, so with that new online training program, our media specialists are coming together on January 30th to go through that online training program. And since their role is changing significantly, we did ask them to be like thought partners, problem solvers, because they will have to be a place in the teacher's decision tree, because anyone who holds that educational media certificate has to be the one to formally select and or recommend to the school principal. So as we go forward with expectations, we felt like it was important to involve the stakeholders that are ultimately tasked by the policy, by state rule, with that expectation to have a say at the table. So we eagerly await their feedback January 30th to see what some of these discussions look like, because it would probably mirror the classroom library process.
So teachers then, I know media specialists will be getting that training. How about teachers? How will they know that they need to use that process?
Yes, so in tandem, on January 30th, we have our media specialists, and we also have our principals. So we wanted to bring all of the new information to those groups because they're going to be on the front lines, really pushing the oversight and explicitly with school principals having the responsibility. So we are actually going to have our principals and APs. We have the unique opportunity to have them both together on the 30th, and they will go through this training as well. So the critical stakeholders in this being the educational, the library media specialist, and our principals will have gone through the training, and it's important for them to have the foundational knowledge of the expectation as we co-design those processes with them.
Okay. It says committees will rank, eliminate, and select all materials. So anything going now into classroom libraries on these reading lists all needs to go through a committee, is that right?
That's not my interpretation of
Okay,
it.
that's
That
what I
is-
want to know. Because that's, when I looked at it, that's what it looked like.
Okay.
What page are you on? I'm sorry. I
I'm
can follow.
just going off my notes. I read through this and I'm going off my notes. It says committees will rank, eliminate, and select all materials. It's in pink somewhere. I wrote. The other thing it says is meetings have to be noticed to the public 20 days in advance, which I get. And it says appropriate for age and grade level. Have we gotten that information from the state yet, what the state is saying is appropriate for age and grade level?
The state has a slide in the online training program. However, we've been made aware that there is a work group at the state level currently working on a consistent definition. Honestly, we're hoping of age appropriate, but that is the task of that work group.
And so we were told that work group probably would have that to us in October and then in January. So when are we expecting that now?
My knowledge is they are very much struggling reaching consistency with that, so we await their guidance.
It's not so easy.
No.
All right. There's also pink wording here that says that we need to really look carefully at weeding through books that have any sort of images or refer to anything, right? I'm not going to read all that. But, so my question is then, do we need to remove encyclopedias, art books, Bibles, adult versions of the Bibles, not kids' versions, because I'm sure that those don't have that? Are those things going to be removed when we do this weeding? And if so, who makes that decision?
Ultimately, the way that the statutes read, that the media specialists are they will be tasked with developing their collection policies. One of those criteria would be weeding. The state training program recommends that materials within a 5-year window, if they have not been checked out by students, be considered materials that you would weed. And then really, we're just going to be there to support our media specialists in the development of the policies that will govern the space that they reside and support them along the way to make sure that they're in compliance.
So some of the things that I mentioned, though, are reference materials. Students don't check those out.
Correct.
So how would we determine on a reference material then how to weed it?
Great question.
We haven't gotten guidance on that.
No.
Is there a way to ask questions then to get guidance on that?
Yes.
Okay. I think that we need to be very clear on that. It says recommended instructional materials to include school libraries, classroom libraries, and reading lists. So those all are under a 20-day public notice, correct?
Any more questions, Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, that is a question.
What was the-
Oh, I
what was
thought
the-
she just,
What was the question? I'm sorry.
It says recommended instructional materials to include school libraries, classroom libraries, and reading lists. Are those all under a 20-day public notice?
That
I'm
was not-
asking
That was
Dr.
not the
Shep.
intent
Okay.
of the language of the policy, but if it reads like that, we will fix it.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because when I read it, that's my first thought, was that's what it says. So I want to make sure that I'm reading this correctly. Okay. And then when I did a search for library books by school, I applaud you for getting so many of them out there immediately. However, I did bring to your, I want the other board members to know that I did bring up that Treasure Coast Technical College, Wabasso, and Indian River Prep do not have those.
Yes, ma'am.
So we need to make sure that those are updated. Okay?
Ticket has been placed. It should be
Thank you.
updated shortly.
Thank you, Ms. Rosario.
Yeah, I'm gonna start off where we just left off with the 20 calendar days. That is on page 1, 2, 3. That is on the third page. It's in blue. Dr. Shafty, it is the paragraph all the way on the bottom, starts with prior. Prior to submitting a recommendation to the board regarding the recommended instructional materials, those materials will be accessible for review online for at least 20 calendar days. Do you see that?
I don't.
It's after criteria.
Yes.
Okay, so there is no library. Library materials and reading lists are not there. So it's non-instructional materials. It should be the state-adopted instructional materials.
So it needs to be reworded, is that what
So,
you're saying?
yeah, we just need to add.
That's why I said that, because it looks like you're
State-adopted.
including everything on there.
That makes
And I want to make sure we're very, very clear on this.
So if we look
Thank
back
you.
on page 2, the subheading addressing all of that content, if we added state adopted
No.
before instructional materials?
No, because the criteria, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt there. No, because the criteria for selection also includes what is supposed to be the criteria for state-adopted instructional materials, library books, reading lists, and basically everything in your school. So if you subhead something there that says only state, then you're going to miss the criteria for reading library books, reading lists and library books. The problem with this is that you've got everything in one. If we had a separate policy for state adopted, and then we had a separate one for library, you'd probably, have the same kind of wording, and some things would be different. But in this particular case, what I would recommend here in that line would be regarding the recommended state-adopted instructional materials. Or the recommended adopted, because that could be non-state as well. Adopted, anything that's adopted. So adopted instructional, are you okay with that, Mrs. Barenborg? Adopted instructional materials.
Yeah, but I think part of the concern that we had too was library books, right?
They're not adopted, though.
I know that, but the concern we had last time we were looking at all this was the term instructional materials did not include library books
But they do
before.
now, the training said.
But that's
doesn't.
what I'm saying.
No.
So because they say that now, then it should all be under that 20-day window according to what this says with instructional materials. Where is it interpreted from the state that it's not then? That's what I'd like to know. That's what I'm asking.
Through the training is the only thing. So have you done the training? Have you all seen the training?
I've
or done
watched
it?
the work group meetings.
No, the actual training itself. Have
No,
you seen
because
the?
I'm going Monday.
Okay, so I think part of what you're asking is covered in the training as well.
But
So I'm a
shouldn't-
little ahead of myself because I did the training probably 3 times. So some of the answers to your question about identifying what's what is in the training. So if we cover that here, because the 20-day window is by statute supposed to be for adopted instructional materials, those things that come from the DOE that we are adopting, or if it's non-adopted, it would be, this year is civics, right? The recommended, they recommend civics book A. We don't want to go with civics book A, we want to go with a private company. We are going to adopt private company C. That private company C is still going to be adopted by us. It still has to follow that 20-day calendar window, but individually purchased items other than adopted instructional material would be library books, other resources, supplemental materials.
Okay,
Okay,
so it's,
just a moment, ladies. And again, with this information, I'm trying to keep up. Dr. Moore, this probably won't be able to be presented tonight, because I'll have to see all this in writing before any
Yeah.
kind of vote. And I haven't done the training. I'm going to peek in on the media specialist next Monday, but Yeah,
can't
this
train
is
them
going back
unless
and
it's
forth as far as what we can do, and I understand everybody's points, but we've just got to make sure it's right, and we see it all. So, go ahead, Ms. Rosario.
So I would recommend putting in adopted instructional materials for the 20-day window.
Could you tell me where that is again on the page, Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, because
Third page, in the blue,
Okay.
all the way on the bottom. It's actually third paragraph up from the bottom. In blue, it begins with prior. The first word is prior, prior to submitting.
Dr. Pasca?
Wait, I'm
Oh,
not done.
sorry.
She had her hand raised.
Sorry.
I just started there, but I do have a request, still on that same page, Dr. Shafty, number 7. Well, I don't know if you're on the same page, but number 7, that begins with ensure materials. On my end, the number 7 wasn't visible. It might just be a tab thing.
I think so.
There are some other little, like, commas and spaces that I can probably recommend to you separately, if that's okay.
Sure.
But where it says unsolicited strategies, the statute and the training both say unsolicited theories and strategies, both theories and strategies.
Thank you.
And then the next page, it's in pink, under publication on website. The procedure for developing library media center, do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure what the statute says there, but I think it says selection. Because we don't develop the media library. And that might just be a play on words, but I know we're supposed to put that on the website, so I just want to make sure that we're not developing our own curriculum. So if we could just verify that one word.
Okay.
The other, number 2, it is in blue, in the highlighted in yellow section.
Page,
Same page.
what page?
I'm on 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 2, what is consistent in statute and in the training and in the rule by the Department of Education is where it says free of pornography and material prohibited under Florida Statute 847.012 and age and grade appropriate. Okay, and then number 6, still on that same page, number 6, there was something missing there because it begins after evaluation inform principal to those books. It doesn't say who is to do the informing, so I would just recommend saying after evaluation, the media center specialist will inform the principal. Okay, and then, let me just verify. It's a couple of, I guess, formatting things on the next, I lost my page again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, page 6. It starts with, there was a line out, it looks, my thing is brown. Parent objections, instructional material used in classroom, there's a line through that, and then it says objections, challenges to the board. That's repeated. Can we just, and that's also right smack in the middle of things it doesn't have anything to do with. You can just delete that.
Okay.
Because it's repeated down below where it says, go to the challenges policy. If that makes sense.
It does.
Also on this page, free, donated, and complimentary. Do we need free? If
No,
it's
that
do-
should be a strike through. That
Yeah.
free should, and the free directly underneath it should also be a strike
Okay.
through.
Okay. Then under the second pink for donated and complimentary school-related instructional materials, obtained at zero cost. If it's donated, it would be zero cost, right? So I don't know if we really need that language. But then it continues, must be reviewed by a school district employee who holds a valid certificate. I would add there, principal and school district employee.
It says that on there. And subsequently approved by the principal. It says it right after that.
Well, I wouldn't do subsequent, I would have the principal at the front end of it, not as a result. But again, it's a play on words,
No,
just my preference. I'm okay with
I don't
that.
agree with that. As a former principal and I stepped in as an elementary media specialist, I'm going to tell you, the elementary media specialist knows a heck of a lot more about it than the principal does. And so they
About
need to
donated
be,
materials?
about reviewing materials.
Yeah, I'm not going to die on that hill. It
Okay.
doesn't really.
They
it's
need to
just a
look at
play
it
on
first, and
words.
then, I think it's fine as it is.
That's-
And then who's responsible in the end? The principal. So I think that's why
That's fine.
it's
I'm not
written
going
as
to
it
die on
is,
that
and
hill.
the principal needs to be the last one.
The other part is the process, still on that page, the process for parents and residents to contest. I would just add parents and guardians. Parents/guardians and residents. And then I'll end here, because this is my last. Part of the confusion with some of the portions of this, the way that it's written, is because we're, as was mentioned before, it's unclear as to what is library and what is state adopted. And so the very last part, filing a petition, timeframe of hearing, hearing officers and procedures for hearing, each one of those are for state adopted materials. So I would just recommend saying, filing a petition for filing a petition for adopted instructional materials, timeframe for hearing of adopted instructional materials, hearing officers for adopted instructional materials, that sort. This way, it's clear that it's only that and not for libraries.
How does a parent then object to a library?
It's here. It says it right above, the process for the parents
Oh,
to
I see.
contest.
Okay.
And then it shows policy 2522 are the challenges to the adoption of and library books.
Right, it should be the parent that objects to that,
Well, it's parent or resident, who can, resident of the county.
parent first. Got it.
Thank you, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Rosario. Dr. Posca?
Yeah, sure. I'll say a couple things. So, obviously, we've been talking about this for a very long time. It's been going on for at least a year. But I think it's, reading through the policy that we had brought to the board today, I think it's a huge improvement. I think we've made a lot of gains on this. I think it's an intelligently written policy. I really appreciate the questions from Jackie Rosario and Terry Berenborg about the policy, and I think hopefully we can fine-tune this and approve it, once we're all okay with it, because I think it is definitely a big improvement.
Again, I'm not hearing significant change as I'm running this through. It's not clerical, it's just clarifying and some grammatics. So I'm not hearing a lot of significant changes that I would feel that we couldn't get done at this point for this particular policy.
Could you get that in writing to us then, as far
Oh,
as before?
absolutely. I'm just, as I'm trying to record through,
Yeah, because this is important. We want to do it right.
Oh,
We want to follow state statute.
all of us want to do it right.
Absolutely.
And admittedly so, I am eager to do this work.
Okay, I've got a few comments before, all right, go ahead, Ms. Berenborg, then to me.
I just want to know about the directive from the DOE. Is it going to be only in a training, or are we going to get a letter? Are we going to get something in writing from the DOE saying specifically for example, the question I brought up about reference materials, you know, how can we get the clarity on this stuff except for a training?
They encouraged us to reach out. They're in transition for our contact. It was
Yep.
Chancellor Oliva, but now Dr. Burns presented this at the January meeting, so I do have a little running list of questions. For example, when you do your online training, the certificate goes to the person who completed the training, yet the superintendent has to certify who completed the training, and the certificate doesn't ever go to the district. So there are some loopholes that I think that they were moving so quickly to adhere to having this to us January 1st, but now you look at procedure and implementation, and there's some opportunity to be a little more efficient in that.
Okay, I've got a few things and then see if anybody else has. First and foremost, thank you for all this work. As Dr. Posca said, this is really good information. We had to wait to get information, and obviously we still have the training coming up for a media specialist. When I look at all this, my main concern is getting students to our media centers. I am working on this, and once I get it, I will share with all the board members how many students are checking out books. I'm not talking elementary because that's part of their wheel, but at the middle and high school, I'm very concerned about that. And that's not a hit against media centers. I know students are reading on their Nook, on their laptop, Kindle, whatever. So again, and I think I've talked to Ms. Spacero about that, about, you know, reading books that haven't been checked out for 20 years. And we're looking at that also. And as far as the board, Dr. Moore, if you can get the information to us before the meeting, I just have to see it in writing. But when a book is challenged, and it goes through the committee, and the committee makes a recommendation, and then the board will vote on that. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's not, in a rough kind of answer, yes, but that's not this particular policy.
Right,
I do
right.
think that is.
I wanna
there are
get down to where we
opportunities
are.
for changes
Right.
based on this policy, which is going to go to the board this evening, has influence on a policy we approved back in August, which is the challenge policy, which is the next conversation.
Okay. I just had quite a few questions on that from parents, because they want to see what the challenge books are, why they're being challenged, what specifically they can look at in those books, so they have that information. And obviously, we still have on our website, if during this time, if a parent doesn't want anyone checking out a book, they can say no checkouts. Last time we checked, it was 39 families. So I want to make sure parents know that they can do that during this time that there is a challenge. I think one thing that concerns me as a lifelong educator is students and checking out books in our media center and going there and having an atmosphere where they want to be there and be able to sit and, you know, read quietly when they have the time. So, okay, so what is, I'm sorry, anybody else before we wrap this up? Go ahead.
I agree that we need to get students back into our libraries and secondary schools. But as long as we have this ugliness hanging over our head, it's not going to happen.
Why do you say that?
Because we want children to go into libraries, and we want families to support children going into libraries. We're in the process of innovating those particular spaces, as you know, through an item that came last February. We had one update to the board there. We're trying to finalize those. But we want it to be a warm, welcoming,
Right.
and embraced space. So as we go through the challenges and the weeding of books, unfortunately, this county hadn't done weeding. We probably have more books in our county than Miami-Dade County Public Schools has for 326 schools. That's why we have so many books. So as we go through that process, we really need to create space that kids want to go to. And everyone in the community says, hey, this is a space, because it's inside of a school, is a space we want you to go. And the longer we're dealing with some of the decisiveness around media centers and what's in media centers, I don't think it would be encouraged the way that we all would like it to be encouraged. So that is part of the innovation process, as well as creating, it's part of the weeding process, which, you know, we're in the midst of now. And it goes back to what I said, the state of the district. Sometimes it's common sense.
Just one question. Ms. Baser, did our group get to go down to Martin County to look at the media centers?
Not yet. We're in
Oh,
the
okay.
process of setting that up.
I'm anxious to see what that would look like. Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, you talked about weeding books, so will the board have to develop a policy, or is there a policy already about how books get weeded and who, because taxpayers paid for that. So what happens to those materials? Who gets them? Where do they go?
So you want to answer the first part, and I'll answer the second part?
Sure. So the online training program gives some guidance, some consistent guidance for weeding and collection development policies as a whole, because that's an opportunity for growth for us. That is also a topic that the media specialists will begin to discuss when they meet on the 30th, because a really critical piece is that their collections are reflective of the communities they serve. So that will be one delineation for maybe some of our elementary schools, possibly some of our Title I elementary schools. So there is a customization that's allowable with the online training program. There are non-negotiables, but then there is an expectation that you align your collections to the students that you serve. So we have some really great work to do. We have 2 fantastic lead media specialists who are completely embedded in the work and are really leading that group. And you know, we feel it's very important that that group feels a part of the conversation, as opposed to here are the expectations, you do it. So we're building some kind of collective capacity with them, but it's their capacity that they're developing as a group.
Thank you.
I asked where the books go.
Well, that was you asked 2 questions. That was the second part is we'll have to lean on media specialists as well in order to make that determination. That's conversations that we haven't had yet. We're still in the process of what is being used in our media centers as you go through the weeding process, as well as the selection process, once we have this done, in order to bring in relevant current material that can in fact be used in a way in which students would use them. So we'll have to circle back and say, how are we actually going to make sure these books aren't sitting on a shelf somewhere that aren't used? We have to kind of figure out how we're going to make sure they are in fact, used materials.
So you're coming back to the board with that
Yes,
information?
yes.
Okay.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I would just like to add to this, because part of the process does have to come to the board. If there's a procedure that's connected to a statute or a policy, which in this case, this procedure would indeed be connected to all of these statutes and these new policies, they would have to come to the board for a vote. But I appreciate coming back to us with that, because there are still a lot of things that have not been captured in some of the other things, which obviously the weeding is one of them, but also what needs to be captured is the process of which the library media center specialists communicate with the principal, who then communicates with you, because you have to report to the DOE once a year annually through this online form what books have been removed by name and title.
Yeah,
And all of that still has to be kind of, that's work that you have to kind of bring to us in a procedural kind of way. Something or other.
100% agree. The lift is tremendous.
Yeah.
The volume of work that's being created is absurd. So it would be, this is foundational, and then yes, we would come back at a later date that says, all right, now this is the flow of work, or this is how we're going to punch all this out, so everyone is clear. And I think that's vital here in this particular area, whether it's, and I may even come back and say, because you all know how I want it in policy.
Yeah.
And so there's no confusion, so it may be either a new policy or embedded into another policy. We have to take the time to build that consensus, so we're all moving in the same direction.
Yeah.
But I do think this is step 1, as we'll work with those who are much more informed in doing this work in order to make sure that we get this correct.
Yeah, and let me just clarify, I don't mean to suggest that the board creates the weeding. I mean to suggest, because that in the training is very clear, the media center specialists, the certified employee with the media center certification, and the statute actually says that it's the principal's job as well, between them, to weed the books, and the training is very clear on what that weeding looks like, including that there's a recommendation of, this is probably TMI, but there's a recommendation of maybe a 3 to 5 year window of saying, okay, well, this year you can go through your fiction, or next year you can go through, weed through your core content courses or whatever. And of course, that's just a suggestion, but the training actually is in depth of what should and should not remain, including books that are out of circulation, which I know you mentioned before, books that are old, the jackets are kind of fallen off, can't be restored, those kinds of things.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Dr. Moore, you want
We
to
have
add?
other policy to go. So yes, so Dr. Shafty, I paused you, so now go on to the challenge policy.
So with the rewriting of all of the new rules that have kept us on our toes since October, there is an opportunity to make sure that what is in the selection and adoption policy, that same language is in the objections policy. So when we say challenges, that's something that is more known to be associated with our books or our materials, but if you have an objection for an instructional material, you are a petitioner. So little things like that, just fine-tuning the title, making sure that if it's instructional media or instructional library media or reading list, it reads the same, phrases read the same, so there's no confusion. When you see it from one policy to another, the update of parent or legal guardian is slashed in there. There was a recommendation to remove the residency requirement, and after checking with Ms. Shattuck, that absolutely should be removed because the statute just says you are a resident. A parent can move here today and enroll their child, and there's no length of stay for them to object to a material. So little cleanup language like that to make sure that what we have here, you can actually follow it start to finish, and we can justify that we're following it based on rule or statute. So that is a lot of the blue language that you will see in here. The new definition of the library media center to include classroom libraries has been updated, and just consistency with language throughout the policy. But I am happy to answer any questions that you have about the added blue language, or if you have
Okay.
recommendations.
You want to start? No, me? Ms. Rosario?
Sure. Just the same thing with the filing of the petition on page 1, time for the hearing officers, procedure for hearing. I would just add that tag of, adopted instructional materials for those. Okay, page 2. There is a bold-faced, title that says objections to materials used in classrooms. Do you see that?
Yes,
Made
ma'am.
available in school library, media center, or included on reading lists. Do
Yes, ma'am.
you see that?
Mhm.
That's the entire policy. So I think that title or that caption there is just redundant. It's unnecessary to be in that specific, so my recommendation is to delete that,
Okay.
because it's just repeating the same title that we already know this entire policy is. I would also come down midway under procedures, begins with underneath the definition of library media center. The paragraph begins, a parent, legal guardian, or resident of the county who has an objection to the use of a library media center, blah, 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 blah. Okay, third line. The petitioner, second, district-approved instructional materials should, now, it says here, request in writing a conference with the principal. My preference would be to just submit their objection and not require in writing, and I'll tell you why. Parents can come up to a principal in the car line and say, hey, look what I just found. I have an objection to this. An objection can be verbal. Are we really going to require that parent to say, hey, go home and email me that? The principal could very well say, let me get that, let me see, and contact the parent on their own. Do we have to require it in writing?
I have an opinion on that.
I can see the benefit of keeping a record, of having a record of the objections, but to make it a requirement of the parent, I would preferably in writing, submit your objection to the school principal or library media center specialist, in quotations, preferably in writing, so that you give the parent an option. It's really not supposed to be a complicated process. A parent can just call up and say, hey, I have an objection. The principal can receive it. There is nothing in the training that says it has to be in writing, although I do understand. The process, though, when you come back with us with the process at that point, there would have to be a trail from the principal to the superintendent as to what that book was that was objected to and removed. But from the parent's point of view, I'm not sure it's actually required in writing, but I'll have a
Thank you.
conversation with the board members.
As a former principal who went to car duty, bus duty, walked across the courtyard to the cafeteria, I might have 15 requests. I think the writing is essential so that we do have documentation. And for me, how many times did I say, please send me an email just so I don't forget? And I think if we're doing something like this, it's important to the parent to get that information to the principal, and it's important for the principal then to respond and then go to the next level. If we don't, and I'm not a principal today, but I think every principal would say, I want to do it right, send me the email, there's no way I'm going to remember that. And email is just, again, documentation that we did it and we need to respond. And that helps me respond. So that's how I feel about that one. I'm sorry. Sorry, Ms. Fairway. I'm sorry.
We did have a form before for objections, and someone has to say, I object to this, I read the book, I signed that I read it, and do that objection formally, correct?
Yes.
So why wouldn't we want to continue to do that then?
So we built, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, that form that you're referring to was for a committee, not for this. That form was for the previous committee
So we're-
to review
No.
at the district level. Yes, it was.
Can I speak to you?
Yeah.
We had a form, right, that's, if somebody objected to a book, they would say, I object to this book, I'm filling out this form, because we've all seen the forms.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think we saw 159 forms. And they were filled out and said, I read this book in its entirety, I'm signing this saying I object to this book, correct?
Yes, ma'am. So we have a school complaint policy that we passed in the fall because we were finding that some complaints were being escalated to the district level that could be remedied on the school site. We had a unit in one of our materials that maybe there was a religious contradiction, and had they gone to the school, an alternate state-approved text could have been provided. So we had a lot of, not a lot, but we had some concerns that were brought forth, and they, when they come to the district level, we still have to go back to the school to figure out what happened. So we're trying to bring back that authority to principals to help make some of those decisions. But if it needs to get escalated, we do have that reconsideration form posted on our website that if unsuccessful at that level, the principal will then say, here are your next steps, and filling out the form begins the process of the official district level review.
So I can see where a parent would have a problem with a book that was assigned to their child and said, I don't want my child reading this, okay? And I can see where that could be a verbal thing with the principal. I don't think that's what we're talking about. I think what we're talking about is a removal of a book. And that's where I think we need actual form, is when you're asking to remove a book, not just from your own child's hands, but for any child's hands. That, I think, needs a form.
A consistent form.
Right.
So where we are
That's an old,
in this specific policy, which is in fact new. Car loop example, I was a principal for 7 years. Hey, I have an issue with a book. Reach out, schedule a meeting, let's have that meeting, because me and Dr. Jones are a lot like I would forget. Call my assistant. If you're able to capture, and then it goes on, the petitioner should include the name. That's information that could be collected, is what I'm saying. I don't want to present a policy or a situation in which we're trying to make parents jump through hoops. So if there's an opportunity to say, reach out to the school, we'll capture this information, ideally in writing, but when we schedule the meeting, we can collect all of this. We need to document why we're meeting and what the actual concern is. And this does, at a school site level, and you all hear me say all the time, I want decisions made as close to kids as possible. This allows the parent, the principal, the media specialist to meet and discuss and potentially resolve the issue. Now, if it isn't resolved, then we go back to the form. And the
Right.
policy goes on to say, if it's not illegal, or to complete the library media center reconsideration form. So I understand in writing, but I think we can collect, the information will be collected to include, or prior to the information could be collected, I don't know how you would say it, the title, the objection, the material author, all of that stuff.
So I guess my question is,
Okay, Ms. Berenborg, go ahead.
so we wouldn't require a book to be removed from a library collection or whatever, classroom library, whatever, let's talk libraries. We wouldn't have that book officially removed unless there was some sort of form and investigation and all those steps, correct?
No, I think that one of the possible solutions would be, okay, you're right, media specialist agrees, this is a book that probably should have been captured in the weeding process, we're going to remove that book.
But my point is, we'd go through those steps.
Would we go through the forming of, if the principal can't resolve it? So if the principal looks at the book and says, oh my goodness, this book never should have been purchased. What in the world
What would they
is
do
this?
then?
They would remove that book. Now, if the principal says, well, I don't think this violates any state board rule, I don't think this violates any policy, I don't think it violates anything.
So you're saying you're letting the principal make this decision on what book is
If
appropriate?
it's violating a state statute,
Oh,
or
well, I
if
agree
it's
with that.
violating a state law, those would be some of those things. We don't have to make folks jump through hoops. If it is, oh my goodness, this is not age appropriate. When we have age appropriate. This is, yeah, so I think the answer would be yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're not putting a principal in a position
Yes.
to make a decision that they're not comfortable with.
And I don't think any of our principals would, if they felt uncomfortable,
David.
they're pretty vocal folks. I'm like, they're pretty vocal. Then we would move along to the next process. This, to me, would be low-hanging fruit that absolutely, this book's never been checked out. This book is, it's just the opportunity at the school site to solve a problem without causing additional ruckus.
But if a principal, Dr. Moore, removes it because it does violate state statute, then we have to get the information to other schools that they
Oh,
have to remove
absolutely,
it.
absolutely.
And I think most principals, and yeah, they are vocal, but they're going to check on this before they just say removal. I mean, I'm sure they're going to call you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. Ms. Rosario?
I just want to be clear on something in support of what the superintendent is saying. It is the state statute that was written to say that principals and media center specialists are the only ones authorized to remove books through this process. It's not that you are arbitrarily saying, okay, you will be the point person at the school district. You're obeying the state statutes and the rules that now identify those two people to remove, to be able to have the authority to remove library books, reading material, supplemental material that violate all this other stuff that they're going to be trained in. I'd like to also add, who was talking before? Somebody, who had the floor? I'm sorry.
I think I did.
Do you still have the
I
floor?
thought she had the floor.
Go
I
ahead.
didn't, but I don't want to interrupt someone else who had the floor previously.
No, I just asked a question about the principal.
Okay. Can I go?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to also stay there because one of the things that was not captured here are some of the things that you're all talking about, which I would like to have added on the, what page is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth page under responsibilities. I'd like to have added a number 5. Which captures exactly what we were just talking about, that the library, school, library media center specialist, principal, and this is all from statute, or school district employee who holds a valid educational media certificate and who has been trained by the FDOE, mandated training, has the authority to remove the instructional materials, library, media center resources, or anything in a classroom library or on a reading list, if it, of course, violates statute. I can give this to you as long as everybody's okay with that. It just clarifies what we've just been talking about. It captures what the policy doesn't already have.
May I ask
And it
you-
makes it very clear. The last part of that is that any material removed from one school must be reported to another school. That we don't have captured, and Dr. Jones just mentioned that. And then the last part is all removed books or instructional materials must be reported to the superintendent. So I think those three are critical, and I think it would help clarify some of the questions that board members had. And obviously, if it's okay, I can just hand this to you, and you could just take that wording.
Through the chair, would it be that subsection begins the responsibilities of the district objection committee shall be as follows? Is there a better place? Because those things would happen
Sure.
before.
Sure, you can put that in a better place, that's fine, as long as we put it in there. I do have another suggestion, and board members, again, I'm not gonna die on this hill, but I have a suggestion in terms of the committee makeup, the makeup of the committee members. So if you go to it's between page 2 and 3. The membership selection members of the committee. I just got to thinking throughout this time that with the weeding process that schools are going to go through, I'm sure half of these books are going to come off anyway. I'm sure of that. I don't see a big need for the committee for this purpose. But just in case we do, I was thinking about the makeup of it. We have on here 2 classroom teachers, 2 instructional coaches, and 1 administrator. I'm not so sure we really need all those many people. It would be nice, ideal, but I think that their work would be better functioned in the classroom. So if it's possible, if you all would allow me to suggest C and D become 1 classroom teacher and 1 instructional coach. 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 1 administrator.
That's fine.
So this way you have, then it takes our.
Less people.
Yeah, it takes our committee from 11 to 9. It's still an odd number, so voting, you still got to go with the majority. And of course, the superintendent selects those people, so you can have a middle, a high school, an elementary. So I wanted to throw that out to you guys, to you all.
Dr. Pasca?
I think that makes sense. Yeah, I'm okay with that change.
Thank you.
I don't agree. I know sometimes one classroom teacher may not be able to make it, or instructional coaches. I think this is a very, very important review committee, especially with our 5 parents of who have students in our school district. And maybe after the first year, we don't need it, and I'm not sure how many times they'll meet. I don't know if they'll meet monthly with the challenges or how that will work. And then we let parents know that this book has been challenged, but
What if you had, instead of,
Don't say alternate.
yes, that's
Don't say
exactly
what?
what I was going to say.
What?
what was that?
Say?
He said, don't say alternate. I said, what if you had one classroom teacher, 1 coach, and an alternate?
Yeah.
In
Well, that's
case
what I
they
kinda
can't
just said,
come,
yeah.
somebody calls somebody
Well,
else
you
and
need an
says,
odd
"Come."
number.
Right. But what she's saying is she wants to keep 2 and 2. She wants to keep it as it is. You
Just in
wanna
case
move it
somebody
to
couldn't
1 and
show up,
1.
yeah.
I said, why don't you just make that second one the alternate?
Well, if you make that second one the alternate, then you'd have 6, 7,
No,
No.
You'd have 9,
9.
and then if that person can't come, the alternate would get called to come.
In the spirit of problem solving,
Oh, have an alternate for a teacher and an alternate
Or
for
coach.
so
coach. Oh, I got
And
it.
an alternate
If-
for an administrator.
if you're reducing.
That's a good
the-
idea.
If you're reducing the number, it might be more efficient for staff to say just 2 teachers or instructional coaches with 1 alternate. If, that way, the number, I think,
So there's still 9 people on a committee,
whatever,
but you
whatever
have
the,
to.
like I said, I don't even want the committee to meet. I want us to be ahead of it. But that way, it expands the opening and doesn't limit to just an instructional coach.
Right, and the
with
alternate is there
that.
in case
Yeah.
one of them cannot show up. That's
That's
fine.
Fair, that's a good idea.
Yep.
I like that idea. Okay, so 9 members of the committee with an alternate teacher and an alternate instructional coach, in case those two, just 2.
Two teachers, which could include an instructional coach and the alternate. I'm just expanding my opportunity to have choice.
Flexibility.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright.
So you,
But the alternate is not mandated to be,
one or the other. Right.
It's
It's just a
only-
teacher, right.
but
So I could-
ultimately, we're going to have 9 members
Correct. Correct.
present at any time. I don't know what you just said, though.
I was saying,
I
we're
don't-
kind of confining ourselves to saying an instructional coach. The instructional coaches, as you know, is a resource. So let's say in 10 years, we can afford instructional coaches. Instructional coaches are paid through ESSER dollars, are paid for through Title I dollars.
Good point, Dr. Moore.
It's supplemental. It's not in the student-based allocation in terms of, it could change. So it's an ideal to have, love them. I think it's a great reform strategy, but it isn't something, it's a year-to-year decision. So if we just said 2 teachers or instructional coaches, but 2, and then with 1 alternate, it just allows me to say 10 years down the road, if coaches is no longer a thing, it's just flexibility.
Did you get that?
Yes, would everyone be okay if it's 2 instructional staff members?
That's
That way
fine.
it's
There you
like
go.
See,
the whole
there you go.
Flexibility.
group, and then we have flexibility, because I think we'll always have that classification.
I'm
Nice,
totally
Dr.
okay with that.
Shafty. Good job.
All righty. Are we good to go on that one? So tonight, what are we going to expect from you? then?
So Dr. Shafty is going to work some magic. She will bring this
Go, go,
policy
go.
back. We'll email it to staff. We'll give you the opportunity to review. All we're doing tonight is sending it to public hearing. You're not approving it. You're just sending it out there so members of our community could look at and provide feedback prior to adopting, which would be in March, February.
Okay. Good to go on that board? Yes.
Sorry. There is the 4th page, all the way on the bottom, under procedures. It has 2A, B, C, and D. The A, B, C, and D have nothing to do with 2. And A, B, C, and D are repeated in another place in the policy. Can we just remove A, B, C, and D as redundant? Thank you.
You're welcome.
And go to work, Dr. Shafty.
All right. We have the next item.
Next time, I will set up for Mr. Seymour, maybe a little bit of Mr. Bass. The Gifford High School Alumni Association approached me earlier in the year, as well as the principal at Gifford Middle School, to consider changing the mascot to what it was when it was still served as a high school. The mascot has changed a number of times over the course of the year. Prior to moving forward, reached out to Mr. Bass and staff. We looked at how would we actually be able to do this without incurring any additional cost. The answer to you, board members, is that we will not incur any additional cost. We would push items out when they come within our capital plan, which are already scheduled. Example, marquee. Mr. Bass has done a great work over the last 3 years replacing marquee, so when it would be time, it is time at this particular school, to change the marquee. So this will come at no additional cost to our school system. We also looked at what was the biggest change, which was uniforms. uniforms through a donation will be completely covered. So this will provide the opportunity for all new sporting uniforms for this school starting next year. And I think it's important to note, this is not a change for this school year. This is a transition that will start next school year, and over the course of time, we will continue to make those changes. We've had the opportunity to seek feedback from staff, from students, from parents, and to a person, I don't think hardly anyone disagrees with changing the mascot. There has been some concern in which I will own and put it on myself, not the principal, and the timing of pushing out the information and seeking that feedback. So the feedback has been positive. Mr. Bass, myself, Mr. Seymour will continue to work with any community member on ensuring no financial impact and building ownership. My desire to do this really is to pull our community together. Gifford is a part of our community. Once again, talking about perceptions, to me, this is an opportunity to pull us together as a community and celebrate the totality of our community. And this is something that I believe is just the absolute right thing to do. No additional cost, problem solving for uniforms taken care of. So I am very, very excited to do this. Mr. Bass, you have additional information, Mr. Seymour?
Yes, I do. And again, I'm very grateful to be a part of this process. And I got to mention too, my position is to hear the community and deal with parents' needs. And when we were introducing Dr. Bacon to the community, one group came up and said, how can we help? What can we do to assist Dr. Bacon in turning this school into one of the top schools in our state? And it was the Gifford High School Alumni Association. And I'll go on and say, too, that we have two of the members here, the president, Mr. Godfrey Gibson, who was a principal, and also Mr. Johnny Thornton, who was a principal and both grads of Gifford High School. Even as an assistant principal at Lincoln Park Academy, it was my duty to oversee some of the planning at the school. And we were about to demolish the gym at Lincoln Park Academy until I found some of the archives, and we decided to hold on to that facility. Looking at those archives was Gifford High School and all of the attributes coming to us as young kids and seeing these things happen. Being an administrator and seeing it 35 years later was impressive. And I just really want to be in their corner when they, come to us for at least guidance on how best they can assist the school. Some of the concerns, too, came from several of our parents about, kids having the monies to afford opportunities to play and be a part of extracurricular activities. As a result of that, we also had other community members, and I've already coined this project called My Kid Can, where we've already got donations of $40,000. Not only one donor, $20,000, another donor, $10,000, and the NFL, another $10,000 to assist and help fray the cost of any student who struggles to participate in any program. So we want to really cover the gamut whenever it comes to our kids and make sure that they have not only the best facilities, but be able to afford any opportunity any other kid would have in our county. Thank you.
And just one other thing, and while the principal was receiving feedback, he did push out information under the umbrella of redesign or re-envisioning. This is not re-envisioning, this is changing a mascot in the school colors. The principal is extremely innovative, and I am more than willing to work with him and the entire community on what an envisioning process would be, configuration of bell schedule, grouping of students, those kinds of things. So I just wanted to put that clear. I say that because, as you all know, there is a policy regarding re-envisioning, in which I'd bring an item for you in the future. I may actually bring that item. I wish I can bring more items around re-envisioning, which I think is, well, we're going to have to, because as we move forward and enrollment continues to shift, there's other conversations that we need to have. But that is the item. I just wanted to have the opportunity to speak with each of you. I've spoken with each of you individually, but as a board proper. Thank you.
Okay, board members, we'll start Ms. Barrenborg.
Sure. We have had conversation over this, and I asked you about whether or not you had surveyed everyone, parents, and the parents were surveyed.
We did push out information to get feedback. Overwhelming, I think it was 75% of those surveyed supported or aloof or just not concerned. So yes, and we will continue to push out that information. But yes, ma'am.
Okay. Kind of have a unique perspective on this, and that's because my kids are Dolphins. They went to Gifford Middle School. I was a principal of a school that had to undergo a change just like this. We changed the name of Garden City because we restructured the school, but that was because it was a double F school. We had to change it. So that was a big revision. I understand that. I did speak to my own children about this, and you know what? It was a middle school. They were okay with it. They were saying, you know, we understand this. High school's different.
I would never touch a high school. Even I would never touch
And here's
it.
what I'm going to say about that. I understand why this is coming to us. Because if it was my high school, and if this had been changed for my high school, which happened to Gifford High School, I can understand why they want to bring it back.
I don't think today is the day, but to listen to two of these individuals back here tell their stories about that school and the community that was in that school. We all, as board members and educators, should be striving to create that sense of community through the stories that they tell. That's the power of what was taking place in that story. There's just power in their stories. And it was such a sense of community and to have a sense of pride. And as soon as it was removed or they closed the school or repurposed the school, so one of the first things they did was change the mascot. They changed it again and changed it again. And then you have an entire community that embodies the sense of community that was in that school. That's why I say I just think it's the right thing to do.
So when I went through that change at Garden City, one of the things I did was reach out to the community and say, you know, how do you feel comfortable with this? Because Garden City had been there a long time, and in Lincoln Park. And, you know, the community first was very concerned about it because that school had been, you know, that mascot and those colors for a long time. But when they realized what was going to happen to the school, it was being changed to a pre-K to 2 school. So it had to have a little cutesy mascot now. It had, instead of a big scary knight, it was a bumblebee. So I understand why we went through that. This is different. This is not our envisioning yet. This is a change to what used to be for people that had a lot of pride in the high school that was there. Because it's not going to cost us anything, and because we have this generous donation, and kids are going to get uniforms, right? Signs are going to be changed, letterhead, paint, gym floor, shirts, all that is going to happen. Parents aren't going to have a cost.
Oh, no cost, and I don't want to miss all of those things that you just mentioned won't happen next year. They may happen 2 years or 3 years down the road. There are certain things that we can do at absolutely no cost. The Alumni Association is 100% willing to fundraise and support to accelerate some of those things, but understand at the end of the day, we run a business, and that business is educating children. So we want to get it back and grow it out over the course of time. There's some high yield things we can do to build culture at the school, opening up for next school year in terms of, we all have our discipline plans or our PBS programs, and they're aligned to the mascot. So there's some neat things like that that the schools currently have been working on for a while now that they can continue to do. But that
And
is-
their SAC team is behind this.
Yes, they've had the opportunity to
voted
to
on
review
it?
it. Mhm. I don't know if they voted, but it was shared and discussed, but.
Okay. And I can support this. I know I have a lot of vested interest in it as a parent, a former parent there, but not as much as a former principal and a parent there. So I'm anxious to hear what Doc Jones has to say about it as well.
Ms. Rosario?
So I think it's a great idea to change the mascot. I mean, based on from what I'm hearing, it's not the mascot that, I mean, Dr. Moore knows it's not the mascot that I'm concerned with. As you mentioned earlier, was the process in which was taken to get to this point. I do have some questions with regard to this next 3 to 4 years, you said. I'm going to ask, rather than go through all of the details here, I'm going to ask, is it possible for you next month to come, or at our next meeting, to come to us with a detailed plan to propose to us what it will look like in the previous year and the next year and the next year for the next 4 years, what will be new done that year, how will it impact our budget,
Yes.
if the flooring or the logo or something else comes out of our budget, where would that come from? If it's coming from donated materials, when will the uniforms be done this way? I can go back to my constituents who call and say, you know, I just fundraised all this money for uniforms, and now what?
Right, and I think that's the opportunity for us to give that information to the, so yes, we can absolutely say, you can expect the marquee in year 1, you can expect these changes, which we have to go back and say, and just kind of goal out so everyone can know in terms of uniforms and things of that nature. We'll make sure that everyone's clearly informed.
Yeah, so can you also include in there, you mentioned something about partnering or, you know, having the Alumni Association come into the school, and maybe, I thought I heard you mention, you know, them partnering with the school a little bit more. It would be great if they could, if there was some like tutoring program or mentoring program, can you include whatever the benefits are from the Alumni Association into the school moving forward over the next so many years?
I can include things
Or
that
not?
they're currently doing, as well as things that we endeavor to do. So absolutely, the partnership there is strong, and we want to continue to grow it. And we've been very intentional of saying, as we have been through all communities, let's get the community back in our schools, let's get the parents back in our schools in order to ensure everyone understands we are in service of the communities in which we reside.
Then talking about re-envisioning, we do have a policy, board members 7250. I requested that of Ms. Shada to kind of figure out where we stand legally with this. I didn't know at first if we needed to vote on it or not. The rebranding or the revisioning of a school would have to come to us for a vote if there was a name change of the school itself. So if it was Gifford Middle School to, you know, Tiger Middle School, then we would have to vote on that. We would also have to vote on new schools if we're creating a new school altogether. Existing and new facilities, there are other requirements for that on here, but there's nothing in our policy that says the change of mascot would need to be a vote. So right now, we don't have that. Hillsborough County, however, and I know that you mentioned recreating or possibly bringing back to us the policy on this, on re-envisioning. I do have a request, and I'd like to I'll work with you, Dr. Moore, if we can work together and present or come before the board with a suggested new policy or an updated one to our current one that would include a mascot in it, in the re-envisioning moving forward, not right this second, obviously, because we don't have it in here. Now, what I'm talking about is one that was presented by Hillsborough County Public Schools. They have a policy on mascots only. And their policy says that the board shall, upon recommendation of the superintendent, approve by vote any proposed new mascot for all elementary, middle, and high schools. It just kind of would be consistent. It would bring us all, on the same page with regard to this. Clearly, my opinion is when you're changing a mascot, you're still changing the name. The statute, the policy that we have actually says when you're changing the perception of the school into the community by name change, that's when board members should vote on it. And in my personal opinion, though it might not be supported by the law, changing the mascot is changing the perception. They're no longer swimming dolphins. They're now roaring tigers, or whatever it is. And so that still changes the perception, in the name of the student in terms of what they identify as.
And my response, just in terms of absolute, complete transparency, which is always going to be my desire, moving forward, I just think that's a good practice to have. And it still should be a decision and endeavor led by the principal, because students own it, but ultimately, at the end of the day, come before approval. I think in this particular scenario, I think there is consensus and willingness to move forward. But if we don't take the opportunity to learn from this process, then shame on us. So yes, that's absolutely fine.
Okay, Dr. Posca.
So, in light, I believe that student success is the most important factor is really community and parental involvement in that kid's life at the school on a day-to-day basis. So, given that we as a board can help facilitate, elders in the community that want to give back, want to be a part of what's going on there, I think that absolutely I support that. And hopefully we can, I'm interested to hear what partnerships you guys are forming with the school and how we can help support that.
Thank you.
Former principal.
Yeah. I had the distinct privilege of being the principal of Gifford Middle 6 and Gifford Middle School. I was at Gifford Middle 6 from 1992 to 1995. And when that school closed down, we opened Gifford Middle School for grades 6, 7, and 8. It was a wonderful opportunity for me to get to know the community in Gifford. And as most of you know, my mentor was A. Ronald Hudson, and he helped me quite a bit. When Dr. Hudson, Eddie Hudson, and I were tasked with opening the new Gifford Middle School, which was standing at the old Gifford Middle 7, which was standing at the old Gifford High School, Gifford Middle 6 was the old Gifford Elementary. Well, again, it was a privilege. And what we were tasked to do was ask our incoming students to vote on the colors and the mascot. Dr. Hudson, Oslo was blue Wildcats, and ours ended up green and orange Dolphins, probably because of Miami. I don't know, but that's the one that won. Now, I do want everyone to know I was never asked by the superintendent, the board, or community at that time to keep the old Gifford tigers and colors. And I'll be honest with you, I wish I had. I think that keeping that historical aspect at Gifford Middle and what those schools meant to the community is absolutely essential, especially in today's time with all this strife. I think it's essential. And when I heard we were talking about this, the Gifford alumni brought this up, I was so very, very excited. I attended one of those meetings. I don't know if you remember, but we changed Clemens to Dodgertown. Who remembers that maybe, Mr. Seymour? Okay. Okay. I look back, I did not see an action vote, but I may be wrong. I didn't see it. Highlands to IRA. I wasn't here then. I don't know why that happened.
I still call it Highlands.
Okay.
It's so confusing.
And I forgot a telephone number for Alternative Center the other day, and they said, it's IR Prep. Okay, so the things change. Please don't get me wrong. But I think knowing our community is the most important thing that we can do here. Now, Dr. Moore, you said that Dr. Bacon sent out a survey. SAC was discussed. There's no cost, correct? And maybe we use the term rebranding when we shouldn't have, because we're talking about right now the colors and the mascot. Am I correct?
You are
Okay.
correct.
That is rebrand.
These, from what I recall, especially Clemens to Dodgertown, And Miss Donovan did a really, really good partnership with when the Dodgers were here in the 80s and so forth. It was bringing the community together, and the Dodgers were the closest ones to Clemens Elementary at the time.
And they left.
And so we have to think about these things. I feel it is an honor to do this. I am very excited that Gifford alumni came to us and said, you know, could we consider this? Because our community feels very, very special about those sites. If you attended the last Juneteenth celebration, I'm sorry, this was the year before last, down by the hospital where one of the first schools was, and Joe Idolette was there. I mean, the history, the camaraderie, the collaboration, second to none. So board policy is very, very important. I don't think it should be board policy for mascot and colors. This is a community decision. It's the cost of knowing your community and what we need to do. And if you ever want to talk, especially to these two guys here, Johnny Thornton and Godfrey Gibson, they can give you the history, and it will just send chills down your spine of what that school did for our students. Gifford Middle 6 was the old elementary, Gifford High School, where Gifford Middle School is now. During the time of segregation, it's outstanding. So I say we move forward. There's no board vote on this, so we can't do that in policy. And actually, if Mr. Thornton and Mr. Gibson want to speak now, I think that's the most important thing.
Both these gentlemen are very long-winded.
Thank you.
So I do think moving forward, some sort of policy would be the right thing to do. Not necessarily in this particular case, but I would recommend, board approves it, doesn't approve it, it would be the right thing to do, just in terms of transparency and pushing out information. I fully support doing this. I think the board fully supports doing this, but creating a more, a timeline that would benefit everyone. I don't want no negativity around it. I want us to celebrate that. So, and I know there's going to be a celebration next month.
Thank you, Mr. Thornton.
Right here.
Mr. Thornton and
1
Mr.
o'clock.
Gibson are both members of our climate task force.
No, I did. He is. He is long-winded.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you all for allowing us to take part today. And I know you will have your busy schedule. Giving us a few minutes to say something is enormous. And I know your job is extremely impactful. You have more things to do than to talk about a mascot and colors of a school. But it's important to us. And allow me to, I don't know this gentleman here, Dr. Posca,
Yep.
but most of you here know me, I guess. My name is Johnny Thornton, and I'm a lifelong member, a lifelong resident of this county, a product of the education system, public schools in this county. I'm a graduate of Gifford High School, the best school that ever been in this county. I graduated in 1968. And upon leaving here, I left and went to college, graduated from there. And the best thing that ever happened to me in my educational career, when I came back here in 1973 and got a job at Gifford High School. I still call it Gifford High School, not Gifford Middle School, but I still look at it as my high school. I had a job, they gave me a job, a guy named Stuart Carlton gave me a job, and I was so happy and elated about that. And when I arrived, the name had been changed, Gifford Middle School, but they were Stingrays.
That's right.
And I got another principal while I was there. I guess the names always change with the principal. The other principal came and changed it to the Paladins while we were there. Nobody ever thought about, let's go to the community and ask the community what they think. And we were always Gifford Tigers, maroon and white. And we're not just a fly-by organization. Let me put that out there also. In year 2000, we convened, about 6 or 7 of us came together and started this organization, Gifford High School Alumni and Friends Association. And the idea and the premise was to honor the teachers that had taught at that particular school on an annual basis. Annually, starting in 2000, we always had an all-class reunion from 1938 to 1969. Classes would convene, we'd go someplace, and classes would come back and make a donation toward the Gifford High School Alumni and Friends Association. And the good thing about it, some good things come out, but it's sad. Good things are never being told. Only when you try to get something changed, that's when the naysayers come about. You're gonna always have naysayers every place you go, because you have those individuals when it comes to the school system. You're gonna have all the time, you're gonna have those naysayers running behind school buses all the time. But nobody ever thought about Gifford High School Alumni and Friends Association. I doubt if most of your school board members don't know anything about Gifford High School Alumni Association, about the scholarships that we give.
I do.
They do.
Every
Mr.
year.
Gibson
Every year he comes.
and our other chairperson, the educational chairperson, on an annual basis. Now, the name is Gifford High School Alumni and Friends Association, but on an annual basis, at Vero Beach High School and Sebastian High School, those two individuals go out there and award scholarships to graduating seniors at those two schools. It's not Gifford High School, it's Vero Beach High School and Sebastian High School. And nobody said anything about the money that we've donated over the last 18 years, over $160,000 to the students in this county. But the naysayers, when we say anything about embracing us, that's when the problems start. But when we start embracing the other two high schools, nobody ever said a word. Because we were given, it wasn't about Gifford High School at that time. It was about the students of Indian River County. And that's the most prized commodity that you all supposed to be monitoring. And we assisting with that to give those kids a heads up, a leg up to going on to school. And it is not at that particular time by where the community that you live in, ethnicity, or anything. If you qualify for the scholarship, it has nothing to do with whether your parents or your ancestors attended Gifford High School. Has no bearing. So I just want to put that out there and say some of the good things that we do. But I don't want that to go unknown, because knowledge is power. But you can always come out and get the naysayers to do anything you want them to do. I want to. This might not be a good analogy, but just think about it. In 1969, your school being terminated. Your school being terminated. And then, thank God I was gone then, but I had my own problems when I got up in South Carolina anyway. But your school being terminated, you don't want to go someplace, but you're being forced to go because of forced integration. You had no choice. But the naysayers that's coming trying to impede this progress now, those probably the same ones back in 1969 and 70, probably been the ones that didn't want the kids to go to Vero Beach High School and they didn't have a choice. So there always gonna be some barriers. You can always come out and say some things that might be negative, but let's put the negative things behind us now. We're asking you all to embrace our association. Like I said, it's not a fly-by-night thing, and we already have our oars in the water, trying to see what we can do to be a positive influence on Gifford Middle School. Dr. Bacon is the administrative leader of that school. We can't do anything without him embracing us to come in and say, "Oh, yes, come aboard." Now, we're all about academic success also. We've already addressed things in our association. We have 9 board members. 8 of them are retired educators and administrators. So it's not a thing that we don't know what we're doing. So if Dr. Bacon embrace us, we think that we have some positive things that we can bring to the table, such as tutorialships. These is one thing that we thought that we might be able to do, maybe 2 days a week, identify those students that's on the lower 25 percentile, starting with the 6th graders and monitor them through 8th grade, and see if we can have a positive impact academically on those lower 25%, the lower 25% that's kids that's not functioning properly, are not performing at the grade level and need some assistance. So we think that we have a lot that we can bring to the table in that area, and also as far as, in addition to that, academic success. Academic success, what we think about, and it's not anything derogatory toward the district, it's just a matter of time. It's the times of the day. We know that black students and minorities are not functioning pretty much at grade level when it comes to honor classes, advanced placements, and those type things. That's what we also would like to horn in on and try to track those kids from 6th grade through 8th grade and we can bring them up to speed and get them into those honor classes and advanced placement classes, because universities look at that. They look at your GPA. And how you get weighted GPAs? Are through those classes. Mm-hmm. So that's the other thing that we want to try to horn in on. And we have access to many other, I would say, members in our organization. We moved from 6. Now our membership consists of approximately 200 members, some locally, many in the surrounding counties, and in several states outside. But when we convene every December, they always ask us, what are y'all doing to try to bring our mascot and our colors back? Because they do have a vested interest in it. I see that I'm on the clock, and I got to leave.
Yes.
But one thing I wanted to say, you all had an opportunity right now to be a part of history. All we're asking you all to do is embrace what we're saying. This board can restore what the board in 1969 didn't. Give us our colors back and give us our mascot. Thank you for allowing me.
Thank you, Mr. Thornton.
Thank you.
In the interest of time, I do want to say to a board member, my conversations with them, support the change. I do think in process, we can do better, and we will. But in terms of supporting the change of the mascot, I think you have that support. Would you?
And we have Godfrey Gibson. Would you like to say a few words, Godfrey? Former principal in this county and a really good guy.
Good afternoon. My name is Godfrey Gibson. I'm the president of the Gifford High School Alumni and Friends Association. You know, when I walked through that door, I looked at your sign up there, and I thought about it. It said, together we're what? Stronger. I just want to give you a little history, maybe what John didn't tell you. I just want to give you about my family. My family was here before Indian River County was separated. So when, I just want to be honest with you, when it comes to doing things in the black community, funds always come up. But I want to say this. We've been paying taxes, I've been paying taxes here since 1965. My family been paying taxes here since 1921, whenever the county became 22, 25, somewhere, a county. We pay taxes. Some of this is our money and you are supposed to be good stewards of our money. But I want you to understand, we are the only county in the 4-county area in 1969 that lost the colors, lost the name, and everything. You go to Lincoln Park, you go to Brevard County, you go to Martin County, their names have been changed, but they still have their names and their colors. This is the only county. John has mentioned about the changing. The name has been changed out there, I think, 3 or 4 times. No money, nothing came up. I know you all didn't have anything to do with it. But now is the time to be some things to be changed and corrected. We cannot go back and change the past, but we do have a chance to have a positive influence. If you know anything about Indian River County and St. Lucie County, it's the Indians, and then it was Dan McCarty Eagles in Fort Pierce. Every time before they played, the mascots was tried to be taken. It's a symbol of pride, you know, and that's what we want. I passed that school, I finished in 1961. We had a whole lot of things that we had pride about. We didn't have all the material things, we didn't have all of the structural things. But as a school board, and just to give you some history, that same Gifford High School have produced, from Wabassa, Florida, a 3-star general, Eugene Cromartie. I played football. Vero Beach High School had blocking sledges. We had 2 dummies that we put behind a tree, but we was always told we could do it. We challenged schools from larger counties than Indian River County. Won some and we lost some, but it was there. And the pride that we want to do is not just about the mascot. John mentioned it. We want to bring the parents back into the school to be involved, make it one of the better schools in the county and the state. We don't just look at that changing the mascots and the colors. If you know, I hope all of you have been there. Yeah. We were given the privilege to establish a room there that we've put historical things. Students have things that they really want to put there, and we've been embraced by this. The principal have embraced us, Dr. Boyd worked with us in the community, and all we're asking, and it's going to be done by phases. I think the financial part, there's no excuse about that, but I don't care if it did cost some finance. My tax buddy is there too, and I'm just being honest with you. And I don't want to see us have an opportunity to make some changes to the positive towards the community, and then we think about finances when I know we do other things to other schools. There's nothing said about finances, but we don't want to get to that. We want to just look at the positive aspect of doing this. Our community is excited about it. I hope all of you have gotten invitations that they are coming back for this, and I hope you don't cancel it. I hope you see the need, what it can do for the community and for the students and for Indian River County School District. I'd just like to say I would be proud to see this happen. And if it doesn't, it's going to be a sad day for me in Indian River County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Moore?
No, just in closing, as I was saying, as he was coming up, Mr. Gibson, I do think we create a policy to memorialize it. And I do think this is an opportunity to forge the community together. So in terms of the work moving forward, I'll bring a itemized progression of plan over the course of the next 5 years, just on the sequencing of when things would happen. As I said, and this is the opportunity for us to come together. I think we're in a good space, and we'll continue to listen and learn as we grow through this.
So, Dr. Moore, when you say create a policy, are you talking about school name,
No,
colors, mascot?
I think it's just working over the course of time. So when there is an opportunity, whether it's 5 years or 6 years down the road, you have a clearly defined procedure on what steps would take. And all of the feedback that I have to this point is not on the change of mascot, but rather the process which is yet to exist. And I think that's an opportunity to move forward for whenever we're all not here, so it doesn't take so long to have this in process the next time. But there's nothing wrong with saying this is the rules or the ways of engagement.
But we are moving forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So the next item, Mr. Bass. Well,
I have one other thing.
okay. I'm sorry.
A question about that. So are we formally voting on this? And if so, when
No,
is-
not at this time. Now,
Okay.
if we do a re-envisioning thing, which I'll also engage I would love to do that. I think we need to have a lot of conversations
Would
about
be nice.
re-envisioning our schools. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then also, so when, you're going to let us know when the mascot and the colors actually
Yeah.
change?
Next school year is the official change.
Okay.
Next school year.
And then will we have some sort of ceremony?
We'll have a number of ceremonies. The Alumni Association is coming together in February. That's one opportunity. And then as we move throughout the year, probably at the opening of schools, a big pep rally. I'll include all of that in the information I provide to the board.
Okay, and one thing in the conversations we had about this, one thing that came up was naming of things. Because when you go around to different schools, all of a sudden you'll see there's somebody's name on a library and name on a building. And we have specific policy about names also.
We do, and there was a request on the other side of the county to change that, and we're still working through that. But if that was something that we move forward, that would require board approval. Whether it's a gym, as you recall, we did change the name at Sebastian Rivers Gym and their courtyard. That requires board approval.
Right. Okay, I want to make sure that we're looking at that policy as
Yeah,
well.
and it's not a decision to be made lightly.
Okay.
All right, H, I, and J will finish me out, and they're all presented by Mr. Bass.
Yeah, the first one I have is the purchase of the classroom furniture, cafeteria tables, and art tables for Sebastian River Middle School. This is going on for the construction of the new wing, which is 12 classrooms and 2 science labs. This is through the U.S. Communities contract, which is a purchasing collaborative, and it is budgeted within the FF&P of the project.
Any questions, board members?
No, you know how I felt about the cost of the
Yes, ma'am.
desks and the chair.
Prices are going up. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right, second item I've got is the out-of-field report. You know, the past 3 years I've been here, we've kind of prided ourselves on whatever number we bring you in the fall is usually less in the spring. However, this year is not that case. We've actually gone up from the fall number, and I'm going to attribute this, and this is not a scientific study or data research, it's just my gut. I'm attributing that because we have hired 147 new teachers since the start of school. So we've got teachers who are retiring, resigning, leaving the profession, and we're getting a lot of influx of people moving into the state of Florida, a lot of which do not have the ESOL certification.
Right, there's a lot.
Keeping in mind, we have 3 years to get ESOL certification. So a lot of those people that are on that list, maybe in year 2 or the final year, year 3. So that kind of makes it look a little higher than what it is. You know, we're continuing to recruit and do that as best we can, and we're continuing to hire as many people as we can who are fully certified. But just we are seeing, unfortunately, now what many other districts are already seeing is educators are just not out there.
Board members, any questions about out of field? Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, I noticed that the two high schools, that at Vero Beach High School, we have a lot of science and social studies out-of-field teachers, and at Sebastian River High School, math and English. And I know when I got hired as a science teacher years ago in Houston, I got a stipend that I was able to use towards getting my certification for middle school science, because I was out of field in science, but I had enough hours to get my science certificate very quickly. So they actually gave me $1,000 so that I could apply it towards going to school at night to get that done, which I was able to get done in a year. So are we looking at something like that, where we can do some sort of money for licensing to get people qualified?
So to answer your question from earlier today, we are doing reimbursement for certification tests. And Ms. Cristofelli, I think we had said that 16,000 that we have reimbursed thus far, last year and this year combined.
A lot.
So we started it last year, and we put that as a line item in the recruitment budget. So, you know, if they take that test and then submit for the reimbursement, we have to go through a process and we approve it.
So I looked at one, like, for example, an ESE person's qualified to teach ESE K-12 is teaching high school science. You know, I have a concern. If my child was in that class, does that person have enough? I don't know. That person might have a lot of science background, and that's fine. But I know the state of Florida is only requiring a test now, and all of a sudden you're qualified to teach science.
Correct.
Or any other subject.
Yes.
Okay.
Just a comment, I don't have the recent statistics, but the state of Florida is still really low, really high on the number of teachers we haven't filled. So, this is something I think that's just going to continue until we get more students going into education. There's a lot of data out there about it.
So can I follow up then?
You bet.
Are we talking to IRSC then about helping us with getting local people? She was prepared because she knew I was going to ask this. Are we asking IRSC locally to institute what they used to have here, which was a education department, to be able to help us locally grow our own?
Through the chair. So 2 years ago, we started a dual enrollment program called Teach IR, so teacher, with IRSC, that would end with an AA in education. They've had some change in their leadership at IRSC, so in the past 2 weeks, we've met with Rebecca Scheer and others at Dr. Graham at IRSC to revive the Teach IR program, and then also the FFEA clubs. So they were unaware that we even had it, and so it was great to meet with them, and so they're totally excited. They are working on, and I don't want to speak for them, but they're working on being able to offer more education classes at the Mueller campus, so that.
And what type of education, though? Is it just elementary ed, or is it?
No,
are we
it's
talking about higher level? Like they used to have science.
I don't want to speak for them. I'm going to say that the classes that are part of the dual enrollment program, which are the beginning classes, intro to teaching, those as part of the dual enrollment. I think they're in the works for doing that, but I can't speak for IRSC.
I'm looking at the out-of-field report and where our need is. And when I see that we have, especially in high school, I know, you can cover, especially homeschool parents will tell you this, I can cover up to 8th grade pretty well, and then after that I need a little help. So when you're talking about high school level courses, I wouldn't be the first person to teach anything in math, higher level. So I would defer that to somebody that has that ability to do that. My concern is that, are we watering it down so much that our kids aren't getting the highest quality they can get from the people that are knowledgeable in front of them? And I understand we can only get what we get walking through the door, but we need to help with IRSC making sure that we're getting high quality people that are walking in front of our kids.
We have another meeting with them, I believe, next week as a follow-up, so we can bring that to them.
Can we ask about specifically
Absolutely.
about higher level course studies of places, what we're out of field in, what we need. Those are the concerns that I have.
Thank you.
I
Dr. Pasco?
would just ask, and do you have incentives specifically maybe for the hardest to get teacher groups or the most important people that are currently out of field, like maybe incentives for high school science or math teachers or something to that effect, like a sign-on bonus.
But we don't have a specific bonus for those high-need areas. That would be something that we would have to ultimately negotiate. We could do that. We do have focus programs where we do reimbursement for housing for new teachers through our Ed Foundation.
Okay.
So there's something in place, and I think this is a national concern, and it really is growing educators. The focus of our Indian River State College program is to grow educators from our current students, and we have to problem solve and fix it from a long-term perspective. You know, building in an internship for someone who's at Vero Beach to go to Vero Beach Elementary School and see the impact and power of this work, and then going on and graduating from high school with your AA in education and continuing on at Indian River State College, and us affording them opportunities to be a long-term sub or to build in credits while they're in classrooms subbing. We have to kind of feed our own. That's a long-term solution, but while at the same time really looking at how we're recruiting and maintaining. So there's a lot of complexity to this, and there's a great deal of support above and beyond that we provide from instructional coaches, mentoring. Once we get them in, our job is to ensure that the instruction is in fact aligned to the standard, which is in a lot of cases a humongous lift. But we provide that support in order to ensure that is in fact what's happening.
Okay, Ms. Berenborg?
Are we still involved in the program where we're doing student teachers from FAU?
So I believe I'm not in charge of specifically that program, but I believe we have several different universities where we have interns coming
Because you
here
really grow your
along
own
with
when you-
IRSC.
When you get a student teacher, it's a really good way to keep a person and train them the way you need them to train so they can start day one.
So I don't know what I mean, we have those. I'm not sure which university they're connected to.
Okay, so we're still getting a good amount of student teachers?
Yes, we have several, I don't know
We have
the
several
exact number,
teachers
but a
that are
lot of
trained in
interns.
working with
Yes,
us?
because
Okay.
I get the calls of, she's almost finished, I want to hire her.
Okay.
You know, as soon as she's
Really?
done, I want to
Right.
put her as a long-term sub right now because she's going to be done in
Right.
4 days, and
Oh,
then I
I
want to
know.
hire her.
I
And-
did it as
And
a
it's the
principal.
best way to hire because you've vetted them in your culture at your school, you
Right.
know.
And a lot of them went to school here. They're coming home to do their internship, whatever university or college they're at. They're
It's
just
fine
doing
with me.
exactly.
We grow our own, but I want to make sure that, we're getting high-quality people and our kids are getting the best of the best.
Okay, Mr. Bass, next one?
All right, last item I've got is
Oh, I'm
the.
sorry, Mr. Sorry, I didn't see
I'm
your
sorry.
hand.
Sorry. I wonder if there is, and I know that when someone applies to a particular school, that's the school that they want to work in. But if we have a need for that person who is licensed as a science teacher, rather than put that person in an elementary classroom, can we offer that person an opportunity to teach their certified area at a different school and say, hey, we have this opening here, rather than you be out of field, would you prefer to go there, or would you consider to go there? So, not trying to mandate the transfer, but if we're going to put kids first, we have to put teachers that are certified to teach that. I mean, that should be the priority, right? That should
So
be the lens through which we look
So
at all of these placements.
placements are based on student enrollment, and we don't have significant increases or reductions in enrollment right now, knock on wood. We might next year, but we give it positions based on the number of students. What we are doing, 100% aligned to your question, is going through a process in March where we're looking at those who we know are retiring, those who we know would be separating because they've let us know. So we have a pool in which we give to Ms. Christofoli, so we go out and start to connect. I need 3 science teachers, I need 2 math teachers. We begin to connect them to the schools. So even before they're graduating or they're in the process, we're interviewing before other counties so we can offer the jobs first because we know we're going to have the opening. And we started that work last year and we'll continue to grow it. We're trying to do it as early as we possibly can to make sure that we are able to retain or bring on what are the absolute best of the best.
Well, I think and I hear what you're saying, but what I think I'm trying to suggest is, like, for example, I'm looking at Vero Beach High School. There is a teacher who has a current certification of social science 6 through 12, and apparently he or she is in a reading, or doesn't have reading endorsed, or English, is teaching English. This is how I'm reading it, because they're out of field in English 6 through 12. But if you go down below, there is a teacher who is a substitute guest educator teaching a science 6 through 12. So why not just flip-flop them? So you have a certified science 6 through 12 teaching the needed course science 6 through 12, and you put the sub in the English class.
So
I'm just
No,
suggesting
you're right.
looking at these lists so that we're actually putting the certified instructor in the classroom.
So we do a lot of that work at master, and we do master schedule, called master schedule development, ensuring we start with all certified teachers, and then once we're problem solved, wherever it may be, then we go to the next level. Some of the names on this list may be because of the semester change or going into a new course, or I added just that one course, so I have 5 sections of history and 1 of the language arts, whatever the scenario was. So it just may be that one course, but the other 5 are, depending. So it's a case-by-case scenario, but there are multiple opportunities for us to continue to reduce this list.
Yeah, this is bigger than I think we've ever had, not in terms of lists, because we've had longer lists, but in terms of looking at the variations of where the certification is and where their placement is. I mean, it's
This is
incredibly-
actually.
It's like, I hate to say that, and give the impression that we're just throwing anybody in a classroom.
No,
But there certainly is, it's pretty eye-opening to look at. Usually, our concerns are ESE and ESOL, although ESOL there's a lot.
Well, ESOL is the fix, because this is part of our district strategic plan. So the end-of-year target, we capture obviously at the end of the year. So there's a lot of ESOL training and course certifications that we'll be offering, because we plan on hitting that target. And we've hit the target every year to this point, and it's been a relatively easy one to hit. And now, because of our reality, it's significantly different. So we anticipate at the end of the year in our strategic plan saying, guys, remember back when it went up, we still hit it. I think it's down to 6%, or Dr. Jacob's not here, or 8%. So you're right. It has gone down absolutely every single year for the last 3 years.
Except now.
Except now, and we can understand why, but it doesn't mean we can't still hit the target for our strategic plan.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of and not to, beat a dead horse, but, part of my concern with a lot of the ESOL, if we're just going to talk about the ESOL out-of-field teachers, is that many of them are in our Title I schools. We have a lot in Fellsmere, which is a bilingual school, or at least, that's the choice is, the option there for school choice is that they want to teach bilingual. At either rate, the ESOL certification is, in many of these areas, in many of these schools, it's critical. Like, you need to know what those strategies are. And I wonder if you're going through an educational course, assuming that all of these teachers went through some kind of educational course, I mean, ESOL has always been included within the educational course, or at least the foundation of that. So when you graduate with your mandated ESOL hours for that certification. So it's kind of odd that we have so many out of, yes, sir?
Well, some of these people are second career educators.
Oh, okay. Not all, though.
Not all, but some of them are.
But some.
No.
Okay, so that removes some.
Yeah.
All right. The other thing that I just wanted to reinforce here for those who, that parents who are watching or listening, why this is so important, and it may seem like it's not, is because in an educational system, you want a highly qualified person to be in the classroom teaching primarily the subject in which they're certified, to ensure that it is a highly qualified person for that position, thus giving your child in that classroom the highest, the greatest opportunity for success in that subject area. So I don't know if I said that correctly, but I think I did. In my head, it came out. All right. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Moore, in any of that. And that's why this is so important that we make sure that teachers receive or are reminded of their requirement. Last question. If they do not satisfy their requirement to become in-field by a certain time, what happens?
We let them go non-renew them due to certification. And we've been doing that.
Are we warning, are we sending
Oh,
notice?
yes. Oh, we stay in constant contact with them.
So it is very possible that we could end up with a very similar list with different teachers going into next fall if these teachers do not all get certified in that area. Because then we're back at square one. Okay.
Anything else? Just a final comment on this. I know HR works very hard in getting educators into our system. And I've said this before, we're down to less than 10% of people graduating from college in education. That was a 2020 report. 1970, it was 33%. So no longer are they coming to Indian River County just because we're at the beach and so forth, because it's expensive to live here. So this is an issue that the whole nation's dealing with, and just thank you for trying anything you can to get these qualified teachers to us. Thank you. All right.
I'm sorry, you're referring to the last item I've got?
Yes.
This is on the agenda tonight. You may or may not want to pull this, but this is going back to our disposal of property and selling the 3 parcels of land. Prior to doing that, you have to have a Office of Educational Facilities SPOT survey. SPOT stands for Supplementary Plant Survey. It does not mean that we have to sell the property.
Right.
If you approve this tonight, it's just something that has to be done ahead of doing it. So, whether you want to do it tonight, you can, or we can bring it back when we've made a final decision, we can. But there's nothing date specific on the survey. It's just there as an option to do it if we want to do it.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Rosario?
This isn't the same one that we were just talking about, right? Earlier?
It is in
It is the
conjunction
same.
with it.
Conjunction.
Yes, ma'am. Those 3 parcels.
So why don't, we're holding off on the sale anyway, so wouldn't it just make sense to hold off on this as well?
We could
Is
do
that
either
what you're
or.
suggesting?
Either or. Presenting the option to you.
Go ahead.
So this is for the fish survey, right?
Yes, ma'am, for
Okay,
fish.
What?
Fish.
Fish survey. Okay, so how long ahead, is there a scheduling issue with it? Will it be a problem to put it off until we bring this item back?
There shouldn't be a problem with it. The big issue was getting it done, and we were able to get it done rather expeditiously. So it's done. The survey is done. So if we decide in February, if we decide in May, whatever we decide, we can just put it back on prior to taking action on it.
How long does it take to get on the list then, to get the survey done?
To get the survey done?
So let's say we put this off to a vote to March, and then does that put you off till June or July?
No,
then?
survey's already done. We're good.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
Is there a timing then? Do we have to worry about a timing? So for example, if we do it now, and I'm unfamiliar with this, so if we do it now, in 6 months, would somebody come back and say, well, it's already been 6 months, you have to redo the survey?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Before we start board member items, I need a 5-minute break.
Yes, please.
Adjourn for a minute, 5 minutes.
I didn't really hear consensus on
We are now on the agenda for board member items.
All right, so just to set this up, this is items proposed by board members that we are now moving into. The first one is the legislative priorities. Earlier, I guess it was last school year, last calendar year, we sent a draft of legislative priorities, and now is the time for us to finalize those priorities. Just to set this up, we sent a complete list for the board to consider. Some of them they're all important, but they may not be the priority of this board. So this is the opportunity to have a conversation to say these are our absolute priorities. There may be additional ones you all may want to consider. So my goal is to get us to a 1 or 2 page document of our priorities that we collectively can endorse, so we can begin to advocate for the needs of this community and the children within our community. So I don't know if you would like to facilitate, Doc Jones, or you want to go through. I don't know what the actual process is. Completely up to you and the board.
Well, we received the information of the priorities, and basically, I would just like to hear from each board member and to see what their thoughts are. I have some thoughts, but, I looked on this as far as board priorities. I went back to the 1990s, and some were just informational, some were action, some were put on consent. So if anything today as a board, we can decide how do we want to approach this. I mean, we always see the priorities from FSBA, Central Florida, smaller schools and so forth, but just have some idea where we're going when we put that forward as a board. So I'll just open up for a board member to speak about the priorities you see and what you think.
On that, not necessarily priorities, but I do think we need to establish a timeline for each year. By month, we should have this done. On election years, by month, we should have that done. So we're not caught off guard, regardless of when our delegation meeting, which was conducted extremely early this year. If we have that schedule, we could kind of norm on it. Nancy has it, so we always know the process that we're going to follow.
Okay, so Dr. Moore, you go ahead and take that over, facilitating for the timeline. I think that's important. Or Mr. Bass.
Right, Mr. Bass will do that.
Good point.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yes, go ahead.
we already have a policy on legislative, it's called, and it's policy 0131. So I would just recommend that we start there.
Right.
And either, review it. It hasn't been reviewed since 2014. It does set the board as the policy-making body. And obviously, it's the board who governs legislative priorities. So if we can just start there and maybe add the timeline or the responsibility, clarify that, change the language. I don't know what, either something like that, but that's the actual policy.
I agree. So in terms of looking at the priorities, maybe my suggestion through the chair is to work through what is on paper, to hear from board members what your priorities are. Staff and I can feverishly take notes and try to capture what exactly are the priorities as we listen to each board member share their concerns or feedback.
All right, do you want to start with the policy first or just the feedback? I'm sorry.
I would start with that's a homework assignment, so I'll go back and I'll do that homework and come back to the board with a calendar and any aligned to that specific policy that Ms. Rosario was referring to. This should be a conversation based on the overall feedback that you have regarding suggested legislative priorities.
So I was talking about when I said just to hear from each one. Any board member like to go first on the?
Yeah, I'll do that. That's fine.
Okay.
One of the things that I noticed here, and I do agree, best practice is to have a one-pager of priorities so that we have it available for, well, number one, our legislative liaison, our board legislative liaison, or anybody else, our, senator and our representative to be able to just say, hey, here are our priorities. And the priorities are really the items that, although many of these are very important, as was already mentioned, but those things that are specific to the needs of our school district now. One of those things that I think I can immediately support is an item under school safety and student well-being. It is an item there, amend the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Safety Act to facilitate the requirement of charter schools reporting their CESAR incident data independently of school districts. I spoke with some charter school board members, and they're in full support of it as well. I would never want to suggest a priority of that kind without confirming, where they stand on it and get their feedback clearly. And they're in support of it. So I think that would make sense to keep that there as a priority, although it might not be an immediate priority. And, I'll go to whatever the rest of the board suggests on that. But I'm good on that one. I do want to come down to education, achievement, and innovation. There are two on there, the second and the third check mark. They both talk about the FAST, the Florida Assessment of Student Thinking. I think that it's important to keep those on there because both of those, obviously the FAST is new, and we certainly need a quicker progress monitoring system or one that gives teachers immediate feedback. And so far, we haven't actually gotten there yet, but letting the legislatures know that I think that there should be a timeline. So these actually look like they would be good to keep on there. The other one is in the same section, it's the last check mark. It reads, provide a waiver from the passage of the English language arts requirement for ELA students who have passed all other high school graduation requirements and have been enrolled in a school less than 2 consecutive years. But I'd like to add to that. My add is 2 consecutive years and maintain or lower the concordant alternate scores required for graduation of the PSAT, the SAT, the ACT, the PERT, and all of those other requirements. I think that's important. It supports
Extremely.
our ELL community, and it certainly gives them an opportunity to, a better opportunity to graduate. So that would be academic innovation. My last academic innovation would be to, and I'm still thinking of the wording on this. Every time I say it, I got to say it out loud. Start up, build, develop, and expand technical, vocational, school choice, and new programs, or something to that effect. So essentially, startup grants, rather. So essentially, if there was a bucket of money that the legislature said, okay, we will have this amount of money available to schools to apply for grants for reopening or the re-envisioning, we're talking about re-envisioning, right? Re-envisioning the opening of a new vocational, vet tech, ag program, or something of that sort, so that we can open up our school district to more options. Right now, we don't have that. And if we were to want to open up a school tomorrow, a new school or a new choice option, it would be incredibly difficult because we don't have millions of dollars. But if there were grant funds around, it might actually help us with the startup costs or, to maybe even break ground. I'm not sure how that works, but so that would be another one of my asks. Do you want me to keep going, or do you want to just stop there?
No, keep going.
Keep going? Okay. Move into recruitment and retention. I am fully on board with allowing the school district to re-employ personnel after 1 month of retirement without penalty to the employee's pension. That might actually help us with the
Out of view.
without a field, yeah. And I'm fully on board with establishing a statewide universal fingerprint system to expedite the processing of background checks. I want to share something, and I don't even know if this is a legislative priority. So I went to an event recently. I met a person in the education field whose daughter became a teacher in another county, obviously, got hired by another county school district, and apparently that school district's salary negotiation thing is very different from ours. And I didn't get into any details. I know you're going to say, what?
In Florida?
Here in Florida. And the teacher, the new teacher graduated, got all of the credits, submitted the application, passed all the exams, is just in the waiting period for the certification to come in the mail. Just waiting for that certificate number. And in the interim, the school district said, we will hire you until you get your certification, but we're not going to pay you at a new teacher salary. We're going to pay you at like full-time sub-salary. So, of course, the issue and the conflict there is it's not the teacher's fault, but I don't know if it's legislation that we can request for some kind of expediting from the DOE to ensure that teachers who are qualified immediately get their licensure. I'm not sure what's happening there. It takes forever.
It's
so bad, and it holds us up, and it holds other districts up in hiring highly qualified people, because then these people say, or, these new teachers are stuck. They're just stuck. And it's a terrible situation. So I'm kind of speaking out loud because I don't know if that would be a priority. That would help us as well with retention and recruitment. What are your thoughts? Anybody?
So there's the typical backlog, which is 3 to 4 months, depending on, and sometimes at certain years it's earlier. I've always been, when you have somebody, you reach out to your staffing officer and say, this is somebody we want to get in. Can you put them to the list? It's not a matter of, this is teacher just waiting to be processed. This is a district saying, we want this person. In our understanding, it's just this one thing. So in some scenarios, if there's a district that's wanting to hire, the district should be able to call out and say, can we move this one to the front of the list, because this is an actual hire that I may lose. But I do think.
But that's not a legislative thing,
No,
right?
legislative priority is to work to ensure
With the
that the
legisla- yeah.
the start to finish of processing certification doesn't take, no more than 30 days.
Okay. I have 2 more board members. One in terms of funding, so I'm moving down the line. One in terms of funding. It's not on here in this way, and I'm okay with the superintendent kind of fixing the wording on this, but it's to fully fund virtual classes to the full FTE cap. So, and that would be including beyond the school day because of the nature of virtual school. No, I'm not talking about virtual school. I'm talking about our virtual. So Indian River virtual. Right now, if we only get fully funded if a student is enrolled in 6 virtual classes. Is that right? Did I say that right?
6 periods.
Six.
And they have to pass the course at the end. But how does that affect us in terms of funding? Okay, wait, say that again. They have to be enrolled in 6 virtual classes. They have to pass one of them.
Have to pass all the classes.
Oh, they have to pass
Pass
all
all
of
the
them.
classes, or we don't get any funding.
Or we don't get any funding.
Correct.
And if we were to get funding for the 6, what are we getting? Equivalent to a full-time
Correct.
student?
Yes, ma'am.
What if that virtual student is only taking 2 classes?
You get your proportionate share.
What if that student is taking part-time in a public and part-time here?
He would be reported under the public school and get that percentage, that proportionate share of those classes for that FTE, and then through the virtual. But then he has to pass a virtual for you to get it.
And what if you get a homeschool student who takes a virtual class?
Same scenario. As long as they're registered, it's our FTE and not a franchise.
So would it benefit us at all to get full, to request full, what is the request?
So-
Full funding, full FTE?
As we spoke, above that 6 course would be the opportunity for us to get into that business.
Okay, there you go.
So, right now, it's, if I'm taking a 7th course because I'm interested in U.S. history, then we're not getting funding for that. They go to Florida Virtual School. Us to have this, a stake in educating that child through our virtual program, which could be done after school. So that would be, we're not even accessing those kids.
Okay, so full-time student who wants to take additional classes virtually, we're not getting, that wouldn't benefit us.
For a full-time student that we have during the day, yes.
So the additional courses that he or she is taking are not funded, not fully funded.
Yes.
So-
We can't claim FTE beyond the 6 periods.
So would it, and I know that it's not okay to say, fund us the same way you fund Florida Virtual, or fund our virtual school the same way you fund Florida Virtual, but what would be the appropriate thing to, I know you know what I'm trying to
We are-
ask, and it's important because we're not really utilizing our virtual school the way that we should, and I think that if we were to open it up, or request at least for
I think we
this.
understand the intent. We would have to work with Mr. Bass and Mr. Fagan to define exactly what would be the appropriate verbiage that we can endorse.
Would it be a priority?
That's up to the board, but I would really enjoy the opportunity for our virtual school, which is a great school.
To have possibilities to
Well, no,
expand.
that you have someone who's locally teaching you. I mean, it's a virtual course, but the
Yes.
support that you receive still is local.
Yeah, okay. So that's what I would like. That was my, I said I had 2 more. That was my one. My last one was to increase the transportation allocation. As always, transportation is always underfunded, and it is a mandate, so to increase the transportation allocation makes sense, especially since we are a school district choice, a choice school district. I'll stop there.
Okay, Ms. Berenborg?
Is someone taking notes?
There are like 9 people taking notes, so
Yeah, I
we're
got
good.
2 people back here taking notes.
Okay.
And I am.
But we've got to narrow it down to 1-pager. This should have been Dr. Jacobs doing this on the,
Dr. Posca?
So, I support a lot of the legislative priorities that you guys put on the, I think it was a 3-page document. I think in general, all of us probably support just about every one of them. For me, the biggest legislative priority is increased funding for safety and security in schools. I'm just going to leave it at that rather than get into the weeds of everything. But number 1 priority is safety and security, getting every school up to best practices across the state, not even just our county, should be the number 1 priority.
Thank you, Dr. Posca. Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, I agree. Number 1, safety, because if you look at the item that I asked about today, with us going down in funding for safe school funding, I'm a little concerned what's coming on the horizon, especially since this is a priority, I know, for this administration. So I really want to make sure that that's on the forefront, that we're talking about safety. I agree, 1-pager, please. Some of this could be suggestions or bullet points or dots or whatever. For example, I really like the idea of the retirement 1 month. I think that's a great idea because look at how many people are waiting 1 year and then coming back. We've had them, we've reemployed them. I know, I run into them and go, oh my gosh, you're teaching again. So, bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you, parents.
So perhaps that's a bullet point underneath recruitment and retention. But I think, our legislators know that we're having a hard time with that. So giving them ideas of things they can put into bills is a great idea. But really, I know what it's like to go sit in front of a legislator and hand them this, and they put it on top of this huge pile of them that they have, and I know how those get filed. So I think for us to be really, really careful in our verbiage and short, succinct, this is what we need, this is what we want, here's some suggestions. That's what we need to do. That's my number one thought on this. Fingerprinting, thank you for that. Vaping, thank you for that. Transportation, we ask for every single darn year. Has that gone up at all? That's the number one thing I always start with my conversation with a legislator.
Through the chair, not a whole lot because it's all based on ridership and it's based on the formula that they've always used. So if our ridership increases, then of course we get more money. But that was probably all geared around a scenario where everyone went to your relatively neighborhood school, and if you lived outside of 2 miles, then you got transportation.
When's the last time they re-looked at that, the way they do that funding?
Well, if it can continue, now you've got school choice, and we're providing transportation because we want to do that. They don't look at that at all.
Okay, so I think that's where we need to go with this. We keep saying transportation, transportation. They go, yeah, you got some system there, and we do that calculation every year. But what we're not stressing is we need it for this reason, to provide choice for parents.
It's in there.
But it needs to be the priority of transportation. This is why this is so important that we need transportation money. Because we ask for money every year for transportation, we always get short funded. And short funded for not providing choice.
Correct. Yes.
And then providing choice on top of that, it's even shorter for the funding. So again, FEFP funding, of course, that's always the big ask. One other thing that's kind of come up lately that I think is something that, it's not really a priority, but it's something that I don't think has been revisited in a long time, is the way that A-school money is voted on.
Oh, yeah, they just did that.
It causes severe division in staff. I don't know if you know about this, but what happens is if a school goes up in a grade or they maintain their A, they get bonus money. And it's decided because of statute that the staff the following year gets to decide how that's voted on and distributed. Not the people that got the money, they got the grade, the people that followed it the year after. They're the ones that get to decide what to do that. I don't think it's a fair process. I think it creates I've seen it creates serious divisions in staff that have worked so hard together all year long to get this grade up and then get divided over a few dollars. And those dollars matter to them. And I'm not saying few dollars as in it doesn't matter. It does matter. But it costs people friendships. It costs staff. Superintendent knows why I'm saying this. We need, and this hasn't been looked at in a long time. It's just kind of one of those things, that's what happens when the A-school money comes out, that's what happens. Nobody's actually looked at why hasn't this been looked at for years and years and years. Having been at mostly Title I schools, back in the day when we didn't even have the opportunity to get A-school money, now at least they're looking at, hey, you improved your grade, you improved your quartiles, now you can get money too. Now when they're going to this new system is a good time for them to look at this. Could we have that as a bullet point somewhere? A-school money revisited or reviewed, something. Because I think with the new system that we've got now, it's a great time for legislators to really look at this. And I don't think it's on the radar because nobody's brought it up. But I have recently been brought up to the fact that this is a concern. And I know it is because I've been on faculties where they had these votes and it caused huge problems with staff. I see shaking of heads, administrators, you know what I'm talking about.
Anything else, Ms. Brown?
That's my big one.
Okay.
That and vaping.
All right, just in general, whoever wrote these, you did a great job. We just got to get it down to 2 pages, maybe front back. One, front back. I don't know. When you look at all the recommendations from everybody around the state, a lot of them, it comes down to base student allocation, transportation, safety, mental health, and recruitment and retention, and I see that we hit on those. I agree about the flexible funding, the universal fingerprinting, 1 month retirement. I remember talking to Mr. Bass and Dr. Moore about this 2 years ago. Man, we've got to get that. Expanding the BPK program for 3-year-olds, if we can do that, that would be wonderful. That's on here. I'm not sure about increasing concordance scores until we know what this test looks like and we know what the results are. I mean, we've done the first and second part of the testing. The third one will begin when, Dr. Moore?
So just a point of clarity, they've already done that.
The third one?
So they increase the concordance score.
Oh, okay. I don't agree, but.
No, you've advocated for it before. So they gave us a waiver last school year.
Right.
So in this year that is not in effect. So to give you an example, the graduation rates we just celebrated, if that wasn't waived by the state to
Correct.
increase the concordance
Correct.
scores, those results would not be what they were. So
But this testing, when do we do the third one? Or have we?
the third what?
We have 3 parts of the testing with this new testing. We had one at the beginning.
April, end of April or early May.
And then we're supposed to get school grades by the end of this year.
The school grades are saying December. So we will get raw scores because they have to go through and do their studies and all of that. So actual grades won't be until December. And you have to keep in mind, grades are only going to be proficiency components.
Correct. And this year's graduates still have to have passed the FSA along with the juniors, and people were asking questions.
All of them
about-
have to pass the
They started with the FSA in 10th
right,
grade.
the exam. Correct. That was back in place as
seniors.
of last year.
But we don't know with this new testing where that's going as far as what we have to do as far as graduation. What will the kids have to do on these tests as far as graduating? This new test.
They have to receive, yes, they have to receive that level 3. So there's significant, and that's part of the reason you should keep the concordance score as to where it currently is until you go back
Correct,
and do
correct.
a regression study.
But we'll
on
have
it.
no lower quartile, we'll have no gain score.
Correct, which is significantly going to impact
I know,
elementary schools.
yeah. Okay. Also, there was something here for extra money for summer school. And I know we do summer school for kids who, course recovery and the direct instruction for math and English. So anything we can do to help those students, I think would be great. I think that's it for me. So you'll kind of get this back to us and see where we are in the summary.
What I will do is probably by COB tomorrow, close the business, send out where each of you have selected a priority.
Okay.
And kind of take it from there. And we can bring it back at the next workshop, which is only 2 weeks away, and hopefully be done by then.
I have another one that I didn't put down here. What about increasing capital funding specific to updating and maintaining playgrounds and sports fields? That is definitely a priority for us. Our playgrounds in schools cost a whole lot of money to upgrade, to replace, to bring up to code, ADA code, to make them, student-friendly, obviously. Our sports field, I don't even think we need to talk anymore about that. If we had, increased capital funds for that particular purpose, we wouldn't have to, move things around and try to find the money to pay for Vero Beach, the football field. And clearly, we have other sports fields in other, around the county that would need, lighting or, new turf, new whatever they need, because I'm not really a sports person.
No, just
But I do
leave it
know
there.
that that's
You're
a
good.
need, that's a priority for us. So how, wording something to that effect.
We can do that.
My only concern there is that just saying we need more capital money is I don't want the capital funds to come in and then we use it for something else. Like, I don't know how we would be able to kind of capture if there were capital funds coming in as a result of our legislative platform, that we could say, let's reserve this for just, you know, our playgrounds and our sports fields or something like that. That's planning ahead, of course. Mr. Bass, I
Somebody-
know you
I'm
wanted
sorry.
to say something.
Somebody was taking notes?
Yeah, yes.
That's hard.
Doc
Yes.
Jones, through Chair, if I could just, and nobody said it, but I think it's important just to put it on there and let y'all think about it. Increase base student allocation. That's, you know, that's something that you always see repetitively every year.
Yeah.
And, you know,
That's a
I
no-brainer.
think we'd
That
be
was on
remiss
there.
if we didn't put that on there.
Mention that when most people.
I didn't
will
know we
want
had to mention each one that we wanted to see in there, so when
No, I
we
think
go
there's ones
back over
that
it,
in
okay.
previous years.
Okay.
You know, and we can kind of rank them. This is what was shared collectively. These are other high priorities, and then we come together, we just kind of problem solve to get to the one pager.
Okay.
What? What did you just say?
Well, when we
I'm
come
sorry?
back the next time, we'll be able to say, these are the ones, the new ones that we added, that we didn't necessarily have on this piece of paper. These are the ones that each board member selected. So you-
That would be our priorities.
Those would be your priorities, and these are other ones that you may want to consider from the page that's already there. And then you say up or down, left or right,
And,
like the one Mr. Bass just mentioned.
Got it. Yes, Ms. Berenborg?
We have time, because this is a later session.
This
for,
was- I was gonna say due date.
Legislature. So I don't go up there until March. Normally, I'd go up in early February, so we have time to be able to
Good.
get this right.
Yeah, no, if I don't have to rush it, I certainly. would.
Well, we only meet once a month, so,
Right.
I mean,
We're
you
meeting
know,
in 2 weeks, so.
and
workshop.
other than the workshop.
Right.
Unless there's a holiday or something, which,
Alrighty.
President's Day, when is President's Day coming up? Does that fall on the Monday of our meeting? Okay.
All right, so universal
Okay.
background check.
Yes,
that
sir.
was included.
That was included, we're good.
We're
We
good?
don't need that.
Okay.
Ms. Berenborg, still yours. I'm sorry, Doc.
Okay.
Cell phones.
All right, so, board members, when you see all the backup that I put in there, you'll see WCD come up a lot. It's an acronym for wireless communication devices. So it's not just cell phones, it's all these other devices that parents get their kids so they can communicate. So I've talked to teachers, administrators, parents, and they all have reported to me an increase in cell phones being used to record violence, illegal activity, bullying, intimidation, posting inappropriate actions on social media in order to humiliate others, not just for students, but also employees. I don't know if you're aware of some of the really unbelievable websites that are out there in our community about teachers. I know there's stuff about kids, but I know some about teachers too. On our code of conduct, we have a technology use form. And that technology use form, which I sent you, or I gave you some others from other districts, which is fine. But what I'm concerned about most is at the top of this one part where it says technology usage, it says WCDs are permitted only at the discretion of the administrator, teacher, bus driver, sponsor, advisor, or coach. Yet, I see them out all the time. And I think that even though we have this policy, I don't think it's being enforced. And I hear from teachers specifically saying, I've stopped trying because it's just too much. And is that the case? Is that what we want? Do we want people to stop trying to enforce policy? Is it the teacher's job to enforce it? Are administrators not following through? So the third one here says WCDs must be connected to district Wi-Fi. So my question is, if we have these policies in place, what's the punishment? And number 5 specifically says, taking, posting, or sending pictures or videos of anyone on campus without staff permission. What's the punishment? Sharing, posting of any personal information about themselves or anyone else online. What's the punishment? We know it's happening. There are laws about this. If you post a picture of a student that is underage on social media, there's a law about that. You can't without their permission or the parents' permission. And so Are people being prosecuted for doing things like this? That's one of my questions, because it only takes one to send a clear message to kids. There have been things that have been brought up to me. I'm going to give you some examples before I go through some of these. Teacher fan pages that are out here in our community that are inappropriate. There's one of a teacher's backsides. All kinds of close-up pictures of teachers' backsides out there, commenting on which teacher it is and which school and so on. That's in our community. Memes, including sexual comments and actions about teachers and students, are out there. I saw one in particular about a teacher that was in a very, very inappropriate position with a cat. Disruptive texts, calls on phones while teachers are trying to teach. Kids watching their watch because they've been told to put the phone away, but the phone is not off. So what are they doing instead? They're getting around it by looking at their iWatch. And their iWatch is disruptive as well. Why? Because they're not paying attention to the teacher. How is this poor teacher trying to teach kids the subject that the child's supposed to be learning when the kid is totally disrupted with what's going on with social media? Snapchat, TikTok challenges, oh my gosh. I can't even tell you some of the challenges that are out there. The meetups. Kids are saying, meet me in the bathroom at this time to beat up whatever, so-and-so. Or meet me over here to be able to do this. The conflicts that are happening. Kids are checking their phones, okay, during hallways, and they're seeing so-and-so said something about so-and-so, and then they walk into their next classroom and the classroom erupts. Teachers say it takes 10, 15 minutes of their classroom time to calm down what they saw on their phone when they're walking from class to class. I don't think parents are really aware of the loss of instructional time that we have going on in our classrooms. You know, when you look at some of these things, this is not just new to our district. This is not just happening here. It's happening everywhere. If you look at the one I posted here from Monroe, they talk about the same thing with the Snapchat and the TikTok. They talk about the escalation of conflicts between students because of social media. It's the detriment to our society, social media, for our kids. Meet up in the park after school or meet up here. There's constant that stuff. The kids are getting so much pressure put on them. A lot of it is through these devices. And if they could just concentrate on school, it'd be awesome. You know, if you look at Broward County, they have a really strict policy. They can't be turned on at all during the instructional day. You know I've talked to parents that say, oh, I need to get a hold of my baby. Well, I remember you called the office, and the office was inundated with phone calls. I remember every day my poor office staff would have to make sure they got messages to all the kids before the end of the day. I don't think we want to go back to that either. But there needs to be some sort of compromise. You know, some of these policies are really, really strict. Some of them aren't as strict. But this is an interesting one. In Brevard County, they have no expectation of confidentiality if they take their phone. It says that right here. In other words, if their phone is confiscated and they find something on the phone, they can be used against them. So that's quite interesting. I don't know what our attorney thinks about that one. There's a couple of communities that are putting cell phone, they call them jails. They look like little lockers, and they're putting them inside the classroom, and the kids go in and they put it in their locker and they take the key or the combination, they sit down, and their cell phone is in that locker during class. So they know where it is. They can see it. They're see-through. They're $500 on Amazon, I checked. $500 per classroom. Whew. I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that what we have in policy is not helping the situation. In Duval, it points to the Florida statute 1006.072, subsection E. It should be F. So when you go to that, I have F in front of me. It says Code of Student Conduct. This is where it needs to happen. And I know the Code of Student Conduct is being looked at right now by that committee. It says this code, once this is in here, this code shall be discussed at the beginning of every school year in student classes. I used to do it also in January again when I was a principal. School Advisory Council meetings, I don't know if we go over it in the SAC meetings, but this is in statute, says we should. And at Parent-Teacher Association or organization meetings. Do we do it at those meetings? Because this is where it says you're supposed to go over these things to inform parents what the rules are about all these things, especially phones and social media distractions. It also says an explanation of the responsibilities of each student with regard to appropriate dress, respect for self and others, and the role that appropriate dress and respect for self and others has to do with the orderly learning environment. I've gotten a lot of complaints about that being lax as well. Kids wearing whatever and administration looking the other way. I get that. We got a lot of things to worry about. But, you know, if we're worried about what kids are being exposed to in books, I'm worried about what they're being exposed to on a phone and also clothing, you know, what kids are wearing to school. We need to look at all these things. We don't want vulgarness on our schools. And it says right here in F, which is the one that was referred to in here, notice that use of a wireless communication device includes the possibility of the imposition of disciplinary action by the school or criminal penalties if the device is used in a criminal act. A criminal act is when you post somebody's picture on social media without their permission. It's happening constantly. Do we want kids arrested? I don't know. But you know, I really have a hard time when I find out that a poor teacher has had a fan page dedicated to them that a student devised. Another student posts a picture that's inappropriate on this fan page. The teacher didn't give permission for the fan page, and yet the students were talked to that created the fan page, and that's all that happened. And then the student that posted the inappropriate picture was given 1-day suspension. I have a real problem with that because we're not backing our teachers. We're not telling them they're of value, and we're concerned about their bullying as well. You know, we're putting them in front of kids and saying, please do these things and help our kids. And yet kids can be kids. I taught middle school, I know. Still teach it. So I think we need to make sure that kids know that this policy is going to be followed through with. And I don't think that that message is totally getting out there. So I'd like to know if we could make the Student Code of Conduct Committee aware that this is a priority to look at this and say, is this policy enough? And if so, what is it that administrators are going to do with a follow-through for punishment when this is not being followed?
So just to respond, I think there's a great opportunity because we're in the midst of that creation of the Code of Conduct. There's a number of meetings still to take place, so we can have a specific evening looking at Code of Conduct as it relates to cell phone and the use of cell phone. And the reality is, are there clearly defined opportunities to have that policy replicated in the Code of Conduct? And then how do you market it? How do you inform the community, the parent, as well as administrators and teachers to uphold the specific policy? So we can go through that complete review. As you said, the timing is perfect to do so in order to ensure that's the next beast that we conquer. Because the reality is it's hard and it's complex, but it's unacceptable, some of the things that are taking place. And we all need to be on the same page and fully enforcing what that expectation is. And everyone knows the consequences that will take place if we don't uphold the defined expectations around those devices.
Okay, Dr. Posca?
Yeah, I would just echo a lot of your sentiments. You know, I think that this is something we've been discussing for a little while now, and definitely reviewing some other counties' policies is helpful. And absolutely, you know, we can't have high-quality education in a classroom if they're all on their cell phones. It you know, directly leads to violence and issues, mental health issues through social media and bullying and all these, you know, interconnected problems. Ultimately, you know, the policy that we have, it's probably realistically not enforceable in its current form. I just say that as a realist, expecting the majority of teachers to be able to tell the student to take their phone and put it away, and it's probably not going to work. I think ultimately we need some sort of device or system that either disables the phone. I know we mentioned the blockers or FCC violations. I still have not forgotten about them. I know police can use them legally, so maybe there is a route with them, or just simply a box, and maybe it doesn't have to be a $500 box, right? Maybe there's a way to do it that's very cost effective. At the end of the day, even if there was just a box on the teacher's desk, you put your phone in the box when you go into class, and as you leave, you take your phone. But if we don't have some sort of strategy to help teachers, I think just giving them a policy saying, you know, what to do with a kid with a phone, it may be difficult to really enforce that effectively, at least across the board. Certainly some teachers will do fantastic jobs with it. I think others, it'll just be too much of a challenge. So I definitely support revising the cell phone policy, including it in the code of conduct, and ultimately giving it a little bit of teeth, having specific penalties for specific infractions, and hopefully a way that we can really make it realistic to implement.
Thank you. Ms. Rosario?
So I went to the Code of Conduct meeting, and what the groups were working on, one of those talking points were cell phones. And there was feedback. They were looking through the Code of Conduct on certain pages, and they provided feedback on these Post-it papers. So I'm really curious to the follow-up, because I know a lot of people suggested that one meeting wasn't enough. I know we talked about this, because many who had an immediate reaction like, oh, we should take this out, but they didn't have enough time to research what they want to suggest to put in. So there's a number of opportunities here for us to gather the input from the community, which is great. That being said, I think everybody in that room at the time were all on the same page with cell phones. Yeah. It's an obsession. It is a social contagion that is driving kids crazy. I mean, I get it. I literally, like my son I just gave him a phone. It is so limited. The kid doesn't even pick it up because he can't really do much on it. But yeah, that's right.
Mr. Bass about that.
I know.
He'll give you some coaching.
He's telling me to cut the umbilical cord. But with other kids, I mean, you can't take them and you can't do anything without them being completely obsessed with whatever is going on the phone. It's crazy. I mean, so I would absolutely suggest, that we, even as a board, if we can come back at our next meeting or our next whatever with feedback from these other districts. The one that I did not see here, Mrs. Berenborg, was Duval. I didn't see it, but if I missed it, that's fine. Is it in there? I may have scrolled through it. It's in there? Okay. I may have passed it. But in the current Code of Student Conduct book, cell phones is listed as a level 1 infraction. Yeah. Not a level 3, not a level 4, not a level 5. So there's layered concerns that I have. Being a level 1 infraction, the corrective behavior really doesn't do much. Right? That has to change. So either make it prohibited on school grounds during certain times, in classrooms, and or change it to another level infraction. The problem there is that it might be a level 1 infraction today, but if the student repeats it tomorrow, it no longer becomes level 1. It only becomes a repeated disruption, or it may become an open defiance, at which case that's a level 2. So they might get a little bit more corrective intervention, but not so much. Now our reporting now changes. Our reporting doesn't say repeated cell phone. Our reporting just says repeated disruption. So what happens on our end is we don't get to see the continued infraction throughout the different levels exactly as it should be. And that, I think, was a problem that we talked about not long ago when we were reviewing some of the student behavioral data, the discipline data that we can't even remember when it was that we were looking at it.
I recall.
And there was a discussion about what is insubordination. So at a certain point, if the behavior increases, or, if the behavior is significant enough, it no longer becomes I threw the pen across the room. It's now insubordination because you didn't listen to the teacher. But when we are reviewing that data, how do we know what insubordination is? I mean, that could be a whole bunch of different things. If it's labeled as throwing the pen across the room 10 times, then as administrators that there might be a classroom discipline, teacher management thing going on, or it could be just student defiance. So when I say there's a layered concern, that's what I'm talking about. So when we're looking at this, I don't want us to look at it through that laser focus of just cell phones, but I'd like for us to also look at some of these other reporting issues with these infractions, with these behaviors. The only other thing is that the highest level that might be on here regarding cell phones is level 4, and that's sexting. That's included in the behavior of sexual offense, misconduct, other, including sexting. That's a level 4, and that should be, based on what we see here, alternative, out-of-school suspension, anti-bullying intervention, Aspire, law enforcement consultation. Actually, I think it gets more than that because law enforcement has to be involved when there's sexting. So that corrective intervention has to change for some of these items here, and sexting is not one of those that should just be out-of-school suspension. There has to be a report to the safety officers to law enforcement. So I would agree with everything that Mrs. Berenborg is bringing forward. I'd like to add, obviously, to that because it is a problem. I'm also going to add what some have mentioned in terms of dress code. Oh my gosh, I have been having this conversation with Dr. Moore probably since August. I mean, I'm talking pajamas, slippers, slides. I'm talking disheveled, completely disheveled. Like I literally rolled out of bed and I'm like pushing myself. I'm slothing myself to school. It is short shorts, literally short shorts that are higher than thighs. I mean short. Shorter than boy shorts that are used for bathing suits. I mean, that's how short they are. I've seen, ripped pants, I get the ripped pants, but at a certain point, there has to be a limit to the rip because then you might as well just take them off.
Right.
I don't know how high the rips are. I mean, it's just, who is monitoring this stuff? And then we look at seriousness, right? We look at student comportment. How does a student comport themselves? Well, good grief, if they're allowed to be on their cell phone and do whatever they want and dress the way that they want, why wouldn't they not comport themselves like a student ought to? You dress well, you behave well. We don't have business attire days anymore in high schools. I don't know why. I remember a time, maybe not here, but I remember a time where every Thursday or Friday was dress for success. And there were, rewards given, I don't know, whether, extra time and recess or whatever it was, if you come dressed for success, literally. And if you were in one of the tech programs, you come dressed as in your tech attire, which makes a big deal. Yeah. ROTC comes in their, full garb. We don't have any of that stuff anymore. So it's kind of like, I hate to say a free-for-all, but, it's just, that's the feeling. It's like, whatever. Nobody addresses them. Nobody says anything to the kids. And if they do, they're sent right back to class. Parents aren't being called to pick up the kids and say, your kid is inappropriately dressed. The kids go the whole entire day. Nobody says anything. So I know that we've talked about this. That definitely, I'm adding that to the
Code of
importance of code of conduct for sure. That certainly is not a level 4. But how we address things and support the teachers so we can have a a shoe contain, what is that shoe thing where you put the shoes in that hangs? A what? A shoe organizer, thank you. At the front of the room or at the teacher's desk. Charter school does it. No, not one issue. Kids walk into the classroom, they drop their phone, they continue the entire day, they leave, they pick up their phone. It is seamless at Charter High School. Some of the other schools do it too.
Yeah, they
No
do.
students, you walk through some of these schools, no students have cell phones during instructional time. They might have it in the hallway.
Right.
That's the expectation, crossing, but you do not have it in instructional time. The problem with that is not the implementation, it's supporting the teachers after it's done. So it's with a teacher who actually comes, the student who wants to be defiant and say, I'm not leaving my phone there, that teacher needs immediate support. So now I'm gonna come to my other layer, deans. I still come back to deans. If we had deans on school campuses, you have that extra support of that one person who would be able to handle that situation appropriately, dress code or cell phones or whatever, allowing the principal, the assistant principal, the guidance counselor to do the work that they are hired to do apart from dean work.
Okay, I'm just going to add a few things, and we'll come back around if we need to. With high expectations that we have of our teachers and administrators, with that we must have support. So I guess my one main question is, what can we do to help our teachers and administrators with the cell phone issue? I left the high school in 2009. It was just a few years before that where they said cell phones were allowed on campus. I remember saying to my really good friend, Mr. Billy Wilson, I said, this is going to be a run, buddy. This is going to be a journey. And I was right. Now, at that time, it was strict. Cell phone on campus. We see it with you with that cell phone. We take it. Your parent must pick up. Didn't happen too many times because those kids did not want to lose their cell phone. So it worked. If it happened again, we go into the consequences. And they weren't minor. The one thing I think that we need to say here is, we're always looking at schools. We need the parents' support on this. We need them to make sure that they tell their students not to use it during instructional time. We need the parents' support on make sure that your students are dressed appropriately. I had 3 kids in the system. They were dressed appropriately before they went to school. These are the things that we need to talk about. It just cannot be the teachers and the administrators. Because when we put in a more severe consequence other than level 1, and I'm for that, because I don't want these phones disrupting the classrooms, we've got to be able there to support our administrators and our teachers. We had those cases, those caddies, and most of the classrooms when I was there had them, and the students would put the cell phone in there when they came in. I think some classes still have those, but maybe we can make that as part of the requirement. I'll also say, we were talking about, and Ms. Bearborg, I'm very glad you brought this up. We were talking about what you can see on the cell phones. Not only that, but in the gaming. And yeah, they're gaming on these cell phones. And the bullying that's happening there, and what we are seeing with cybersecurity there. And these are my real issues. It takes them 3.5 seconds to see an inappropriate picture on a cell phone. Much faster than going out and checking up a library book. And we all know that. We've got to stop putting our heads in the sand. I'm not saying that we need inappropriate library books. I'm saying the issue is social media, cell phones, gaming. These are where we're having this bullying, the cyber bullying and so forth. One story before I end. And it's in our code of conduct. If these are at 11 o'clock, they're typing on their computer and they're threatening, then you get a call from a parent. And I remember the first year I was there, when we had this issue in our code of conduct now about cyberbullying at night, I'm thinking, jeepers crow, I watch them from 7 to 3, and then I watch them extracurricular from 4 to 9 or 10. Why do I have to watch them at 11 o'clock at night? That's not on me. That's on a parent. Okay, that's the guardian. They need to be checking that. And of course, as a principal, I was going to check on that because I didn't want anybody having an issue at school. Of course I would check on that, but holy moly, I'm not watching them at 11 o'clock at night. If you talk to these administrators and teachers This is not a negative. They've got so much on the plate as far as teaching the standards of what we need to do. So let's approach this with, what can we do to help you? Will the consequence be more severe? Will that help you? What can we do? Talk to our teachers, talk to our students, talk to our parents. We all know punishment doesn't change behavior, just punishment. It might stop it for a while, but it's not going to change the whole behavior. So when we look at this and we go through the code of conduct, Ms. Dampier, what can we do? What can parents do to help? What can students do to help? What teachers and administrators? Because let's make their day a little bit easier, not harder.
And I agree, and I think the first step is, in fact, this conversation. And there's such power in the local board, school board, having this kind of conversation.
Good.
So the next step is for us to memorialize some of the things in which you shared. You're sharing concerns from your constituents. Our job is to, on cue, Mr. Thornton walks in, we'll go back, and it is creating a plan that is specifically talking through the consequences, and Ms. Rosario was right. We need a clearly defined progression of the behavior that's not being modified. And grouping it into this progressive or this bucket doesn't allow us to problem solve at the speed in which we need to. So I think we take this back. We'll come back at the very next meeting, provide probably board updates as we go through the code of conduct. We are very much ahead of the game in terms of getting that to the board. We're already starting our conversations, which is something I'm proud of. But leveraging this priority makes it easier, Doc, for absolutely the teacher standing in front. It becomes a priority for the teacher, the principal, the assistant principal, the parents. It's this collective conversation across the community at every level that says enough is enough. Enough is enough. And we learn from it. And when all schools, and I tell principals all the time, when we do this all together, they're going to have nowhere to look. And you go back to things that we had tackled this year, being in class, not walking around, tardy policy, bathroom policy. Those things, we all did it together. And it was a proof of concept. Look what happens when we all do the same thing, the same way, for the same reasons, for the right reasons, and we're able to get it done. And this is just building on that. So a great conversation, which will push and drive the work in this district. Thank you.
Can I add to this? Please?
Sure. Ms. Rosario, then Ms. Berenborg.
There is, I mentioned this, there's a county, I'm going to say Collier, I'm not sure if it's Collier, who's working on updating their code of conduct and their policies.
Probably Brevard. I know
Brevard?
Brevard is.
Yeah, no, I think it's it's a different one. And something that I love is that they are looking to add language, and it hasn't been, I think, fully presented, so it's difficult for me to be able to share it with you, but their conversations went along the lines of, this is what we want, and now Superintendent, you put it together. So I'm waiting on what that looks like put together. But they've actually are welcoming, as part of their code of conduct, and
Sarasota.
opening up, maybe Sarasota, yeah. And opening up their schools to parents coming in and having a bigger say in the way the discipline is happening at schools. So essentially, their parents who want to are able to volunteer and stand in the hallways and shoo, go to class, You're less likely going to have someone, be disrespectful to a parent than you would a teacher, unfortunately. And so, maybe. And so, then it's you get these, I think in Georgia or North Carolina, there was a group of fathers who showed up at a school. There was a big fight that broke out in the cafeteria or the courtyard. And after that, the fathers created a club. And it's so fantastic. I got to research it so I can share it with you. It's fantastic. And now they've got shirts, and they're like big dads, and they come into the school, and they're now they're mentoring. Now this school has turned around completely just because of the presence of the dads on campus. And so Sarasota is talking about some of those other type, like really thinking outside the box of how to engage families. It's a way of engaging families, getting parents involved in the disciplining and the, upbringing, obviously, of their own student, but also adding to the culture of the school and supporting teachers. And now they have a front row seat as to what teachers have to go through, what administrators have to go through. So it's kind of like a win-win for everybody all the way around. And at some point, I don't know if we're there yet, but at some point, I would love for us to have further discussions, on how we can kind of think outside the box and engage parents more, because I think we're missing that part of this. We're talking about cell phones in classrooms, teachers, but we're not talking about the parents. And obviously, we have parental rights. This priority of the cell phones, I just want to make clear, is not a legislative priority. We've kind of moved that. This is a priority of the district in terms of code of conduct and discipline. Okay. Yeah, so there's no better place but to engage parents on how their child and is behaving.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Barrenborn.
Yeah, it's my item. I'll wrap it up. The first thing I mentioned was that I've talked to teachers, administrators, and parents. Parents are just as concerned about the fact that they think that their child is being on task. They don't see their child all day long at school. They don't know that their child's not doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. They're kids, especially middle school and high school. I have a concern, though. We used to have a program called Scared Straight. I'm that old. Where kids were actually put on a bus and went down to the jail and saw what it was like to actually, if you did something wrong, what would happen. Mm-hmm. And now we don't do that anymore. I understand why. But I also have a problem when a principal is talking about something like cell phone usage and saying, well, if you do this, and you post pictures, or you make this website about teachers, and you put inappropriate things on there, you're going to get in big trouble. Those were the words used in a local school recently. You'll get in big trouble. What does that tell a middle school kid? What's big trouble? They don't know what big trouble is, but yet when that officer right back there goes up in front of kids, and I've seen him go up and speak, they're listening. And if he's a uniformed officer going up, and I'd suggest possibly we look at this, having him speak in front of every school, about the dangers of vaping or whatever, but about cell phone usage and what could happen if you post a picture of somebody inappropriately. What could actually happen to you and your family, and how much it would cost your family? Because you know what? These teachers have rights. And I said, were you told whether or not you can prosecute? No. You can. You can have them prosecuted. And if that's the case, that's going to blow up. I just would rather our kids know that that's a possibility. We've said it, here it is in writing, you can be prosecuted, but do kids really know that? No, they're going to be in big trouble, that's what they hear. They need to know that they could actually be arrested, and their parents could spend serious amount of money going through this. And it's not right what they're doing to each other or to adults. It's not right. And it needs to stop. They need to concentrate on school.
Yeah, that's the goal. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Moore?
It's you.
Oh, all righty. I brought this to the superintendent about posting of the alternate for the MPO, and I'll tell you why. When I always rewatch meetings to see, did I really say what I thought I said? And I take a look at it. And what we did, as a board, we do our best to set precedents, past practice, and follow the orderly agenda. There was a new person assigned to the MPO. That was a vote. Then we put in another person who applied as alternate, and then we found out from him he did not want to have that position, and that's his right. Then the person already attending as alternate thought he could go in because now that other one was going in. But no, it doesn't work that way. So I just think in order to do something orderly, we already had an alternate for this position, we should post that again. And no, I do not know if anyone's going to apply, but this has been brought to me a couple times. I'm an alternate still am an alternate for Value Adjustment Board. In 21-22, I attended 3 times. And had I not, there wouldn't have been a quorum. Now, I know some of these positions, you can only go up as the alternate if the main person isn't there. I understand that. But I just think it's the right thing to do. Otherwise, we're just going to say, well, we'll have this alternate or we won't have this alternate, to keep it consistent and to be a board that follows the orderly process. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
I'll go.
Yes.
This is a voting position, correct? MPO? Okay. So how many positions do we have that the board appoints that are voting?
I'd have to look at it.
MPO, Value Adjustment Board, and one more.
Economic Development Council. I was just on that.
On all of those, on those 2 others, do we have alternates because they're voting
No.
positions?
No, no alternates. MPO would be the only one up for discussion for an
Value
alternate.
Adjustment Board.
Does not have an alternate.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm thinking real quick here. Ms. Rosario and I switched that out on Value Adjustment. I'm the alternate.
No, no, no.
Value Adjustment
No,
Board.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. There's a difference here between
The
the
board,
Board
yeah.
Value Adjustment Board and the Citizen Value Adjustment.
Got it.
That's what I'm talking about.
The MPO
Yes.
Board position and the MPO Citizen position.
Right.
Those are 2 totally different things.
That's correct.
By statute, neither one of them require an alternate. The MPO alternate happened to, the history of that wasn't that we decided that we were going to vote on this as a board out of the hat. It was the person who was the lead citizen, the primary citizen on that position, on that MPO, contacted Nancy one day and said he was going to be absent. There wasn't an alternate, and he suggested maybe we should get an alternate in case he can't attend. That was the only position, this was like 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, it was.
Only
yeah, yeah.
reason why but prior to that, he had been the MPO primary person for years. He's now no longer that person. We now have someone else. We don't need an alternate. It's none of the other positions. So to answer your question, none of the other citizen positions have
Okay,
an
but
alternate, sorry.
I think I was talking, so.
Yes, you
All
were.
right. So if that's the case, if we don't have any other on our citizens, right?
Yes.
We don't have an alternate. And MPO, would it have a quorum if our person doesn't show up?
Well, okay.
Because
what
it's a big
what
enough group,
Yes.
right? Okay, so my question is it necessary, I guess?
In 2020, when I first came on the board, this is on public record, Mr. Luther was recommended, and Mr. Marsh was the alternate. Now, why we had the alternate, as Ms. Rosario said, maybe that's what we need because he wasn't able to come to them. And I know that Mr. Marsh attended some of those meetings. I'm just saying, I just don't think we throw it out the window just because someone doesn't want an alternate. Now, I think for the most part, we should have alternates. And I know it's separate, but even at the Economic Development Council that I attended last week, we didn't have a quorum. And had we had some alternates from the other people, it just would have helped, and it really sets things back. I'm just asking the board whether we have it or not. It was a past practice that we did, that you consider posting it again. That's just my request.
And I think this all started because I think Mrs. Rosario is the one that actually nominated Mr. Marsh to be the alternate.
When
correct?
we, at that time, way back when Mr. Luther brought forward that there should be an alternate, the board at the time said, okay, let's have an alternate, and yes, I did. But this has nothing to do with a particular person. This is about the position of MPO. The position of, MPO alternate. The position of MPO alternate is not needed. We're not doing the same thing for our value adjustment board. Why make this particular position an issue? It's not needed. It's not a requirement.
Nancy, did you want to say something?
Historically, we've not had an alternate on any of the 3 citizen positions. The oversight committee was, not Mr. Heckman, but the other gentleman who sat on the oversight committee had asked for backup.
That was Mr. Luther.
They only met twice a year on the oversight committee. When this came up, we had multiple applicants that particular year for the MPO, where we brought on Mr. Heckman, we kept him on, and the board decided to bring on an alternate. We never had alternates on any of the other positions, which was the value adjustment, the oversight, and the MPO.
And how often do they meet?
MPO is
Once a month.
The oversight committee is
Once a
twice
year.
and the value adjustment board is like either quarterly or the citizen side.
Yeah, I'm on that, yeah,
um,
on the board.
Maximum quarterly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd be comfortable with either all or nothing. In other words, we have an alternate for all positions, or we don't have them for any
Well,
other position.
again, this is a workshop. I just asked you to think about it. I think alternates in general, whatever committee you have, like we said on the Media Library Committee, one teacher, one alternate, just in case people can't come. That's all I'm asking you to consider. I'm good, Doc.
All right, and the next is.
Don't you want feedback from other board members on that?
Oh, sure.
I thought you already said you didn't think we
My
needed an
pardon me, is
alternate.
there anybody else?
I know, but we didn't hear from Dr. Posca.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't feel particularly strong about it. You know, I think that it does make sense to have alternates. At the same time, if it's technically not necessary, I don't know that we need to go through it, but I don't know that it hurts to have an alternate.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you got to raise your hand to say Doc. If
I was
don't
fine
go
not saying anything.
back. I'm sorry.
Mrs. Zara, this is
Yeah,
Greg.
we have two items that would probably be pretty lengthy in conversation. It's 4:16. I have to pick up one of my boys, so if it's okay,
I'd rather
I don't
have it
mind
now
putting
and
it.
not tonight. I'd rather discuss it now.
Yeah, but
for a
I have to
workshop.
go, and they're both my items, so I don't want to, I'm okay with discussing one of them, but I have to go. I have to pick up my boys. So we're supposed to be here until 4 o'clock. I'm totally okay with putting these on tonight's agenda.
I'm not.
I think,
I'm okay with the attorney evaluation on tonight's agenda. Let's get the library book thing done.
Why? No. They're in order. E is first. They're both my items. We can discuss the attorney evaluation now, and then I got to go and put the other one on the other agenda, or both of them on tonight's agenda.
well, I know that happened last time because we
They're
ran
both
over.
discussion items, so it's no
Yeah,
big deal.
I know that happened last time when we ran over, but it really is as important to get as much finished as possible. So we have that information going into the evening. And I understand you have to go, so
Yeah, we have
It's
to be
just hard.
respectful of our time. Yeah, and so is mine. I have kids waiting.
no, I'm just saying it's hard because we all want to have an in-depth conversation on
Yes,
all of this.
Absolutely, totally agree. But we're over time, and we have a discussion, session on our agenda. It can just very easily go on our discussion agenda.
One thing I want to talk about, maybe Dr. Moore, is look at pushing this meeting up, even if we have to, because it is nice to have an hour break before the next meeting, because I want to make sure we get everything finished, but that would have to be a consensus of the board before we go. So what one did you want to go with, Ms. Rosario?
I'm okay with putting both of them on tonight, on the discussion session.
Dr. Moore, how do you feel about that?
This is now the board's workshop, so my items are done. I definitely can move these items up. I'm not trying to keep anybody here longer than they have to, given we have to be back at 5:30. So if we could hear, as Ms. Rosario said, hear one of the two, that saves us time this evening.
Dr. Posca, how do you feel?
Oh, no. I mean, we're at an impasse. There's no,
Ms. Berenborg, you'd like to get the one done. Ms. Rosario, do you have time for one?
We can do one.
Thank you.
Okay, so, board members, the attorneys, let me back up.
Mrs. Rosario, we all know why you put the last one on there. Why don't you just bring that one up now?
Okay, the attorney's item here was one that was on the agenda back in October. I went back, it was October 10th that we had a workshop, and Dr. Posca, you weren't here. But I don't know if you watched it online. It's the October 10th meeting, It was a workshop in which we discussed, and Dr. Jacobs actually facilitated on the stand there, feedback from the board on whether we should or should not have an evaluation for our board attorney and the board firm and the attorney firm of which we contract with. And so it was very clear, there was established consensus that it would be an evaluation tool. It was on the board, circled evaluation, yes or no, circled yes. And then all of the other criteria came from there. I suggested, and I provided lots of backup, just so that I'm just giving a summary for you, Dr. Pasca.
Yeah.
I provided lots of backup of other districts that have evaluation tools that they use in their district. And we all kind of came to consensus that we all liked Brevard's template. And then we gave the superintendent direction to engage in conversation with the firm, with Mrs. Shattuck, just to get some feedback on it, but that the tool would be similar to Brevard County's tool. The tool that is now suggested looks nothing like what we gave direction for on. In the backup, there is one that was it was a good evaluation template. I don't see Dr. Moore's. Where's the one that you gave us in December?
You mean the actual,
The one that you provided as your
Should be on it.
final copy.
let Pam look, but it should be in there. But it was the document that was emailed in December to all board members.
Right, it's not here in the backup. So that one I'll just go back. So that one that Dr. Moore sent us in December looked nothing like the conversation and the template from Brevard. So I'm kind of stumped on how that happened. The one that Dr. Moore presented to us in December was just a feedback, which is fine, but that's not what we agreed. We agreed on an evaluation tool with feedback. And so if we give direction that should be adhered to and honored as this is the expectation, and that wasn't what was provided. What I was told was that Mrs. Shattuck did not want a number system or like a rubric, and so that's how it was changed. So I'm not sure what that conversation was. I don't even know if it matters at this point. I think the purpose is for us as a board, when we collectively have, unanimously actually, because I think all five of us were here. Barefoot gave very good suggestions for it, offering critical objectives for evaluations on 4 or 5 things, identifying expectations with a number or a rubric system. He said it was the type of process that you use for businesses and organizations. Dr. Jones, the same thing. Dr. Jones actually suggested seeing the evaluation tool in January, which is where we are now. And even Mrs. Barenborg, same thing, that we should start the process looking at an evaluation tool in January. And of course, we got some feedback from Dr. Mara Schiff, who was here, who was a board member at the time. Even the attorney, Matt Carson, who was here, said that he expects to hear from Dr. Moore and from the board if he was, quote, dropping the ball, end quote, on anything, but that expectations, he expected to receive feedback for his work as an attorney. So we hire, even if the attorney is a contracted part-time attorney, the attorney is still our attorney, and so is the firm. So I would like for us to redirect the superintendent to do what we expected, which was to create a rubric for an evaluation system. And the idea at the end was a feedback for the firm.
So just to give full context and whatever the will of the board is how I will proceed. But my interpretation of that conversation was to use the Brevard as a model. If you looked at the document that was provided, some of the titles, most of the titles were from Brevard. But as we, in real time, created it between Dr. Jacobs, myself, and Ms. Shattuck, that was the form in which we produced. So if it is to create a full-on evaluation, let me know, or to use what I have provided as a opportunity to have a conversation with the attorney around the same specific area, so it's a focused conversation. That was part of how I interpret it. So if I miss the mark, you can go back and I can create it. But you do have a very clearly defined contract in which any of you can bring a item to place on the agenda to discuss the employment of our attorney, or the contract with the attorney. So,
Ms. Berenborg, any
go to the board.
comments?
Yeah, she's not our attorney. She is a representative from their firm. We hired the firm. We don't have an attorney, in-house attorney. We have an attorney that is provided to us from the firm that we hired, that we contracted with. Does she need feedback? Absolutely. But I don't think it's our job to evaluate somebody that's not our employee this way. I'm going to be firm about that. We don't do that with anybody else. We have lots of vendors. We don't sit there and make a little rule about all our vendors and how they're doing. We give that feedback to the superintendent. Superintendent gives that feedback to the vendor. I have a concern when I feel like it's picking on our attorney. And, let's face it, you're younger and you're learning and you're going through this, and we appreciate you coming here and working with us. And we hired your firm. Your firm brought us you. Thank you for coming.
Dr. Pot, I'm sorry, Ms. Berenborg.
I have no problem giving feedback to the superintendent and wanting to give feedback about how our attorney is doing for us, or our firm is doing for us. But it's not our job to evaluate an individual attorney because she is a member of the firm that we have hired. The firm can send us anybody else, they have. But she's not our employee. She's a person that we have contracted with her firm.
Hey, Dr. Posca?
Sure. I think I can speak for everybody and say that nobody likes being evaluated. As someone who's been evaluated for many, many years, I think I understand there's a little bit of a semantic difference between the firm and the attorneys that are physically here. So I don't blame any attorneys who would prefer not to have a review process like that. That's what I would lobby for. So there's nothing wrong with that. At the same time, I do think basically every employee in the district gets an evaluation, right? I do see the attorneys that are here. I think it probably makes sense to evaluate them. That's my opinion on it.
Okay. I'll say something, then we're going to wrap it up. I looked back at that too. Now, I did like the Brevard components. I look back what I said, and I'm pretty sure I said, but I look at this informally. So meeting with the superintendent and the attorney, and of course we work with Matt on the DSEG order and some other things. So I like the components, but I see it as informal. Well, this is just the truth. Dr. Moore, an attorney, your contracts are decided by the board, and anytime an action item can come up to, in your contract or in this contract. So I see that as what we have the, I hate saying power, but responsibility to do. So I look at the components, and they're good components, but I look at this more informally in discussion and what we could do, because the best kind of evaluation that I've ever done is, what are your goals, okay, and what do we need to improve upon? Those are the things that I think will be very key factors in that discussion. So, all right, we got through a little bit of that. So.
Did you get your consensus?
I don't think we can.
50-50, but I got 50-50, but
that's going to probably have to
circle
wait till
back with
Mr.
the board.
Bearfork
So
comes
I
back.
don't think it's a
Well, he's not here. You can't do that.
I know, but
We're
we don't
here.
have a consensus.
Nor do you have the ability to vote
That's
right now.
correct.
So
That's correct.
Well, it's not a voting item anyway,
Discussion.
Oh, I know,
so
discussion.
it would be consensus.
I think we're getting hangry.
What'd you say?
Said I think we're getting hangry. Maybe
Oh,
I'm-
yeah, I
maybe
am.
I'm the only one.
There's no consensus right now.
So what'd you hear?
I heard evaluation, evaluation, no evaluation, no evaluation.
No, you heard discussion.
Discussion,
You heard
informal.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
informative.
Discussion's informal, it's fine with me.
They have a contract.
I have to wait for Mr. Barefoot. I get to make a decision.
Well, I would just put it
You
on an
don't.
agenda so you can vote. That
Okay.
makes my life easy.
Okay.
For what?
Board. On whether you're directed to coordinate an evaluation process or to use the protocol process that was created.
One last question to Molly. What do they do in St. Lucie for you? I'm sorry, I should have asked that before.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I do not have an evaluation process in St. Lucie. Also, I serve as the general counsel to Henry County School Board.
Henry,
I
that's
have no
right.
Evaluation process there either.
Okay, all right. There's no consensus right now.
All right, but I will circle back with the vote.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, we're going to adjourn this workshop. Thank you, everybody. It's
Thank you.
4:30. See you in 1 hour.